proud to say that we are the only country where we've got all 100% medium heavy-duty commercial vehicle manufacturers to come together today to commit to figuring out a transition pathway for zero-emission trucks in India. And that is, I think, a sign of India's leadership. And you'll hear from a lot of our industry's senior leadership in the panel later today. But without further ado, let me invite Mr. Sudhendu Sinha, Advisor Transport, Niti Aayog, Government of India, to deliver his keynote address. Mr. Sinha.
Thank you, Aditya. Good morning to all the ladies and gentlemen present here. It's a definite historic moment, if I might say. But what precise history we are going to make, that I will unfold after a couple of minutes or so. So 7th of September 2022, Claridge's New Delhi, we started eFast, Freight Accelerator for Sustainable Transport. The idea was very clear. If India's registered number of vehicles are 334 million, and if the trucks are only 2.8 million, and if they are guzzling around 40% of the greenhouse gas emission, 75%, 70% precisely for NOx, why it is that they should not be addressed? So that was the question, that was the dilemma, that was the doubt with us, and with that we started eFast. UC Davis, Karlstad, Climate Group, they became our partners, and along with the entire team we started moving. UC Davis, because of their absolutely strong foundation center of excellence on sustainability, sustainable mobility. Karlstad, because of their huge experience, successful experience on zero mobility, zero pollution mobility, that kind of experience was there, and Climate Group, of course. But the idea was, once we are going to the OEMs, the first question that OEM asks is that where is the demand, whom do we manufacture for? We are already in our own comfort zone. Why do we kind of change our position? So in that case, what happened was another round of huge kind of intense work with and 16 companies could be roped in. These companies were primarily the operators, the logistics providers, and they gave a visibility that by 2030, 7,750 trucks, these commercial vehicles, they are going to procure. So demand was there. So a specific number is there. Now it comes going back to these OEMs, working on technology piece of it, telling them that it is already in position and it's time for you to get going. India being the third largest manufacturer of these commercial vehicles and sixth largest in the sales is very, very significant. And as I told you, that the percentage that it contributes to the pollution, that itself is very, very alarming. So what they call, where do we go from now precisely? So we go to creating and developing tools. We go to identifying the best practices that is going around the world. We go to eliminating the barriers, and finally, a lot of coordination will be required among the stakeholders. This high-level this ambition group on zero-emission trucking, my sense is that this is going to be a big game changer in our entire automobile landscape. And as the companies who have committed, they are probably the best in the country. And as Aditya said, that the entire spectrum has been taken into consideration. So the guarantee, the chances of success is almost, it is a short kind of thing. What they call beachhead strategy. So where they identify the market segment, the area where the success in the first go is a guarantee. So the first initiative must meet with a success. That is the kind of beachhead strategy. And well, ladies and gentlemen, it is also my honor and delight to speak to you about this historic moment in Goa that has officially joined the global drive to zero memorandum of understanding, which gives significant importance and aspiration towards electrification of truck. So now one state is completely with us. So that's an amazing kind of, But there is always a, whenever I try to think over the way electrification of vehicles have gone throughout the world, one thing always comes to my mind as a question. And I'm sure, my friends from Karlstad and Climate Group, they should be able to respond to it. Why it is that the best of the initiatives always come from the western coast of land masses? You see the geography. Norway, Germany, Spain, California, always it comes from the western coast of land masses, and it's good, it's natural, because now it is Goa that is also on the western coast of our own subcontinent. So my expectation is that Goa would be, and I've seen, we missed out Chief Minister because of his some other engagement. Otherwise, I have seen that he is absolutely aggressive in taking the sustainability and transformation of mobility that is to a very, very logical conclusion, to a very, very aspirational height. That's what commitment has been. So my sense is that once Goa is with us, once the OEMs, we will have to go back to them and convince them. Once the operators are with us, and once the best minds are around, we are going to pull off awesome. So congratulations to each one of you, to the state of Goa, and to all the team who are working, all the team members who are working in such a kind of intensely and in a consistent way. Congratulations to each one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sinha, for the insightful words from the Government of India. I would now like to invite Mr. Herman Sips from the Netherlands government. He's a senior international coordinator.
Namaste and good morning. So good to see many of you. And first of all, maybe I'd like to start, there was talk by Mr. Sinha about leadership. I would sort of like to recognize the leadership of Niti Aayog and all of you in the room that I've sort of picked up upon over the last days, and I must say I'm really impressed by everything that is happening. So if there is a place where leadership is evolving and is being demonstrated, not in the Western Hemisphere, then it's here in India. So kudos for that. And we sort of highly appreciate that leadership. And at the same time also want to recognize, it was already referred to, we want to recognize and applaud and welcome Goa to join the Global Memorandum of Understanding on Zero-Emission Freight. And I think all that leadership in a way reflects, I think, the need, the benefits, and the opportunity to act. I think if there is a time, I would disagree with the introduction, this sector is not hard to abate, this sector is ready to abate. It isn't a done deal. It takes a lot of work, but with all cleverness, with all ZEF-wise sort of things we know, it can be done. And the good thing is, I think that was partly sort of implied, I think nobody's doing it on its own. That's why we, as the Netherlands and Karlstad, have initiated that Global Memorandum of Understanding to bring sort of the community together, to drive and send a strong signal to the market. Yes, it can be done. Let's aim for a 100% target in 2040 of all new sales to be zero electric. That sends a strong signal, then technology will develop, costs will come down, and it makes it far easier to apply the technology and to roll it out and for everyone to benefit. Benefit in terms of climate, benefit in terms of air quality, benefit in terms of lesser imports of energy, and benefits in terms of cost for the sector as well going down. So that is what the global MOU does. Goa signed up, Telenanga was already endorsed it. So if you want to sign up, come and see us. But that community is there wanting to drive this, but so does the high-level ambition group. And I really sort of welcome and applaud all your leadership and look forward to further cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. So before we proceed with the next segment of this event, I would like to take a minute to capture this moment. So I invite all the panelists and the speaker to come and join the stage to take a picture with Mr. Sinha. But I do have one request, so I kindly like you to take your seats immediately after the picture so that we can move with the next agenda for the session. Thank you, everyone. Now I have the pleasure of inviting our next speaker on the stage, who will share her insightful knowledge and the perspectives on the zero-emission trucking sector. So please join me in welcoming Stephanie Codis, Senior Director of Drive to Zero program at CalSat. I'd also like to invite Joseph with Stephanie.
Great. Good morning, everyone. I'm the Senior Global Director for CalStart's Drive to Zero, and we are focused on accelerating the transition to decarbonized, zero-emission, medium and heavy-duty vehicle future. We do this by bringing together governments and industry and organizations in order to enable that future, and we work to promote policy and best practices, as well as ecosystem-wide strategies in order to get there. So I'm going to offer a quick run-through today of the global landscape around zero emissions and also look at a few trends. So what these figures show you are that medium and heavy duty vehicles represent just a small share of the global vehicle fleet. This is something that is common knowledge, and I'm sure that you all know. It also contributes, of course, disproportionately to fuel consumption as well as emissions. And figures are even more dramatic here in India, considering the 34% growth of medium and heavy-duty sales just last year of ICE engines, as well as the projections that those figures will continue to increase moving forward. On the market now, there are over 400 ZET models worldwide. They fulfill a wide range of truck applications. This graphic does not include buses, but electric buses have accelerated rapidly, building the foundation for ZETs because of technology transfer. The growth of transit bus models remains stable, and ZETs are quickly filling in the gap. Strides in urban freight and short hauling operations are largely due to trends in e-commerce by global carriers in order to decarbonize the last mile. And globally, the most robust model availability growth comes from zero-emission cargo vans as well as heavy-duty trucks. So for example, the growth in 2021 and 2 respectively were 56% and 87% year over year. So what you see here is this figure on the left side represents the growth of models that are available by region. The figure on the right shows you the growth of OEM appearance by region. So a few quick observations. So you'll notice that the United States and Canada have experienced steady growth. Europe shows moderate growth in availability, and that's OEMs with ZET offerings. However, in looking at the overall model availability, of course, China represents the vast majority of ZETs globally. Figures indicate that increased competition amongst manufacturers, especially well-established OEMs that have strong business bases in ICE technologies, are also in sharp competition with newcomer OEMs that are entirely focused on electrification. And the increased competition across segments will increase pressure to reduce costs and also increase efficiency all around. But we are far behind where we need to be, and we must work collaboratively. We need to be quickly accelerating the transition in order to protect our communities and our planet. So while there is a range of estimates on when ZETs will achieve cost parity with ICE vehicles, there's consensus across research groups as well as industry that cost parity is projected to be reached by approximately 2030, and that's across all applications. This reflects a promising techno-economic trend, and it also includes market analysis forecasting a steady reduction in price for batteries. So a pretty critical thing to note is that countries that have supportive policies and incentives reach cost parity more quickly. Why? Well, it's because clear policies articulate requirements, they send strong market signals, and they also lay out precise expectations for industry. So that enables the support of necessary long-term infrastructure planning. It establishes expectations for demand and mandates for supply, and it also sparks financing in order to match those momentums. In addition to policy, stakeholder action is vital to accelerate the transition to decarbonized vehicles. That is what we are here and what we are about in this moment, in this HLAG. With governments that are stepping up their ambition and working alongside utilities to plan for infrastructure, as well as freight increasing the demand, ZET manufacturing is responding by shifting their products towards zero-emitting solutions. There is clear government and industry-wide recognition that ZEVs are the future. We are currently looking at 27 countries now today with the support of endorser GOA, alongside over 70 businesses and organizations, subnationals that are aligned with you all around a single purpose, getting to zero commercial vehicles. We have the opportunity to grow this community, and only together. So now, the goal is for us to turn this ambition into action. And so I'm just going to tick off a couple quick strategies, and floating around somewhere is a bifold that has this image, as well as some additional content from Drive to Zero that we'd be delighted to share with you all. And the successful strategies are really, a set of 4 parts. One is looking at electrification of first key segments along the Golden Quadrilateral. Also looking to stand up favorable regulations. Again, this is necessary for certainty in order for market-scale, market-wide transformation. It's also necessary to improve worker conditions. Equity in the transition is a must. The last item that I'll mention is expanding charging infrastructure, and in order to support and enable that, public-private partnerships and national-level governance frameworks for scalable adoption are fundamental. So my hope is that today there are 4 things that you can take with you and carry forward from this conversation. The first is that there are many ZET models that are operational and they are ready to tackle most duty cycles today, and cost parity is expected for most applications by 2030. Keep in mind, incentives will accelerate that timeline. The second is that while ZEBs are available, they are falling short of needed targets to address climate change. We must work stronger and more quickly together. The third point, that collaboration immediately is necessary across transport and energy in order to decarbonize and have a grid that is ready, that is clean for plug-in. And the last point here is around clear policy. We need clear policy in order to create certainty and also to send a strong market signal. So I am very grateful to be with you all, and with that, I will hand it over to my dear colleague, Joseph.
Thank you, Stephanie. Ladies and gentlemen, we have witnessed a historic moment here by witnessing that Goa government has joined the global drive to zero. And before I present before you one more historic moment and a monumental achievement that India has seen in this space around the trucking infrastructure, can we once again give a big round of applause to the Goa government, please, and to the Drive to Zero campaign. Thank you. So, as I mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, I am here to talk about the second historic moment and the magnanimous achievement that the Government of India, Niti Aayog, has achieved through the EFOS platform. I request, sir, if you could, it's here on my hand. So through the EFOS platform, EFOS stands for the Electric Freight Accelerator for Sustainable Transport India. And we have launched this platform with 14 of knowledge partners, on, as you heard, on 7th of September in 2022. So exactly 10 months back, I was sitting with OEMs and the shippers and the logistic LSPs, and having the discussion around the same topic. And the question that was posed to us is, where is the demand? Where is the demand from India? And as a Government of India, we picked up on the question, which is a very relevant question and very important piece in the puzzle. And we pursued relentlessly with these 14 knowledge partners, and we have 35 industry partners together here. And the result is, within 10 months, what we're going to see is, this is the result that we have been achieved. Almost the Government of India, through the EFOS platform, able to garnish the aspiration from the industry, from the LSPs, from the shippers together, almost 8,000 truck demand by 2030. This is a magnanimous achievement. Can we all give a round of applause to all the partners, to all the LSPs and the shippers who have brought this magnanimous achievement? I'll take a minute. I'll take a pause on this. And in the 8,000 HDV, in the 8,000 trucking demand, the breakup is like this. We have light-duty vehicles, 12%. We have medium-duty vehicles, 44%. And the biggest in the pie is heavy-duty vehicles. I want the OEMs to take it to, the writing is on the wall right now. Almost 46% is coming from the heavy-duty vehicles. Now, today, we want to hear from the OEMs about looking at this magnanimous achievement and the aspirational figure, and we would like to understand their plans and plans around investments, plans around meeting the demand and all. And one more achievement we have seen is the freight corridor. So we have seen 7,750 trucks. And then another achievement that Niti Aayog has achieved is the identifying a first zero-emission freight corridor where almost like another 500 trucks demand is agreed by these partners to put in next 18 to 24 months. My dear friends, this is the conversation is getting wildfire, and it is the opportunity for us to jump on and put India on the global map and to showcase the greatest achievement and that India can be part of this great history of transforming the electric trucks. And with this, I close my presentation. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Stephanie and Joseph, for sharing what's going in the industry, all the figures and statistics. Thank you very much again. As we delve deeper into the discussion of zero-emission vehicle, we are honored to have distinguished panelists here today who are driving the innovation in the clean transportation sector. They will be sharing their insights and experience with us today. So please join me in inviting Mr. Kamal Bali, Mr. Pradeep, Mr. S.A. Sundaresan, and Mr. Shankar Venugopal. Our moderator for this panel will be Mr. Aditya Ramji. So please join me on the stage.
Thanks, Amir. So today we have on the panel, I have Mr. Sundaresan from Ashok Leyland. We have Mr. Kamal Bali, the Group MD and President, Volvo India. We have Mr. Pradeep Timman from Daimler India Commercial Vehicles, and Shankar Venugopal from Mahindra & Mahindra Limited. It's wonderful to see all of you here, and I'm very thankful that the industry has actually come together to take this conversation forward. As you heard just now from Joseph, 2 days ago, we saw the demand side providing signals on the fact that they're willing to absorb a fair amount of electric trucks within their fleets. So let me start with your first reactions to this demand signal. Often, we keep talking about the chicken and egg problem. We've solved the egg. The chicken is probably now lying with you. So, Mr. Sundaresan, maybe I can start with you just in order of the ways.
Good morning, and thanks for inviting us, and thanks especially for this session. And as Aditya mentioned, the demand side is there. But even for the last 2 to 3 years, we have been seeing signals from the market. Various customers, they want to look at EVs, understand it, etc. Few challenges compared to, of course, we had our bus experience to help us in this journey. But when it comes to trucks, there are some differences. It is, over the last 3 days, I think we have been hearing what are the challenges. There's one challenge especially important, which is the service side of trucks. Trucks need to be running all the time, even one day, and we heard a couple of days ago that uptime with EVs has been a challenge for those who started with the EV journey early. So that's a challenge. So, and it is up to OEMs. There is really nothing we are looking for help from others. But that takes time. So training and getting people on board. So this kind of identified clusters is good, because instead of spreading ourselves thin all over the country, just focusing on a few sectors, and apart from charging, getting the service infrastructure also in place is good. And the other point I want to mention is collaboration. I think that is key. As OEMs and across the entire value chain, there needs to be a lot of collaboration so that this exercise becomes successful.
I think, first of all, thank you for having us here. These are really very interesting times, and I think as far as our industry is concerned, I think it's a lifetime opportunity, once in a lifetime opportunity for an industry like automotive, which has been evolving over a period of time. So why I say lifetime opportunity, I say this because there are two things which are happening simultaneously. On one end, we have the challenge of, we have the climate challenge, which is real now. It's no more on PowerPoint presentations. And on the other end, there are many possibilities thanks to technology. There's so many possibilities to make things much, much better for the future of our generations because thanks to telematics, thanks to connectivity, thanks to AI, thanks to a whole lot of digital transformation which is happening all across. So there are possibilities to solve problems. So I think that's the interesting part. On one end, we have huge challenges, other end, we have huge opportunities. So I think that's something which, and the industry has really come up in a very good way. And I can assure you on behalf of entire heavy freight transport industry, I think that we are ready as far as vehicles are concerned. A lot of work has been happening and the whole industry is ready. And most of us have already committed to 40% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, 40% reduction. And by 2040, most of us have also committed that we will be net zero. And which means by 2050, the entire rolling stock, the existing rolling stock can also be net zero. So I think the journey ahead is very clear. Ambitions are very high. And it's also not just on drawing boards. We are today, as Volvo Group, we have the largest numbers of electric trucks in Europe. We have more than 3,000 heavy-duty electric trucks on the road working and performing. So likewise, our own joint venture in India with Eicher, we are working on at the same pace. But of course, with all this euphoria and this very good news, and I have to also thank Niti Aayog for really supporting this transition and really encouraging all of us. But I must say that still, as my friend from Ashok Leyland said, I think that there is a huge need for an ecosystem approach. I mean, it's not going to happen on your own. I mean, at one point in time, we were obsessed with the word competition. I think today we need to be getting obsessed with the word collaboration. I think collaboration is going to be the key and an ecosystem approach because there needs to be, while vehicles will be available, there needs to be an infrastructure for charging, for hydrogen fuel supply, for demand on the other side. I mean, and we need clean energy as well. I mean, while we can say we are all ready for electric, on the electric part, that electric energy which is coming should also be from clean sources. Otherwise, you're robbing Peter to pay Paul. So you're just shifting the problem. So I think all of those things need to be sorted out, need to be worked upon. And I don't put any one agency as responsible for that. I think the whole ecosystem will have to respond. The second piece I wanted to say, if I can take a minute more, is that it's a huge challenge. It's not easy. This transition is going to be complex. It's going to be costly. It's not going to be that easy. So let's not kid ourselves into believing that everything is hunky-dory. It's going to be complex. It's going to be costly. So therefore, we will need all tools in the box to be employed to be able to meet this. When I say all tools in the box, which means battery electric, which means fuel cell electric, which means fossil-free fuels on IC engine. So we will need to use all these 3 or 4 approaches. And likewise, therefore, it's not going to be 100% electric only. So we have to keep all these various technologies, all these various possibilities to be given equal importance. Whatever gives you zero greenhouse gas emissions please promote them in equal way. If there are any incentives from the government, they should apply to all and not to electric vehicles. So many times we get confused when we talk of zero emissions, we feel zero emissions is equal to electric. It is not equal to electric. Electric is only one part, and it will not work that way. So my request is that we can all work in an ecosystem, and on behalf of Volvo Group, I assure that all our cooperation and support to make this a reality, a big, big thing. And thank you to the organizers for organizing such a wonderful event. And thank you, Niti Aayog, Mr. Sinha, for very interesting opening remarks. And we will continue to work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bali. Pradeep sir.
Good morning. So my name is Pradeep. I am from Daimler Truck. I'm responsible for R&D in India. So you asked for the first feeling. The first feeling I got was like a relief. A relief that now the egg problem is solved, right? So, because the question is always who takes the first step, whether the demand side or the supply side, right? So, while I'm from R&D, so our job is also to keep the technology ready ahead of the need for the demand, and then that we keep working on it. My colleagues here, Sundaresan and Renewable, also does the same, right? So, but then taking the technology to the demand is done by the business. And there the question comes, okay, where is the demand, right? So, and now with this initiative, that question gets solved, which will actually be a boost for the industry, right? So that's the feeling I got. So Daimler Truck had its first electric vehicle series produced, launched in 2017. Okay, so I remember sitting in the product strategy meetings in 2015. Our CEO at that time used to say, even if we reduce some effort on the classic, we should spend and invest on developing electric solutions. And at that point of time, 8 years younger than today, I was wondering why he is talking so, right? But today, I believe what he said was right, right? So, and I think the seeds that was laid 8 or 9 years back, we see the results today. So we are one of the pioneers in terms of the electric commercial vehicles in the world. Recently, we launched the next generation of the trucks in various markets, and then we have seen a very good reception from a lot of industries in taking them for their path towards zero emission. Right? So when it comes to the transition from today to a greener tomorrow, so we have 3 things that we have to take care of. Right? So first one is the product offering. Right? So commercial vehicles in India, we are talking about a market of close to 1 million trucks. Ranging from, say, 1 ton payload to more than 40-ton payload, right? So, and in this range of trucks, the heavy-duty segment is around 350 units. And the commercial vehicles are consuming 40% of the diesel that India uses today. And we saw the facts as well. More than 70% of the NOx emission comes from the commercial vehicles. So it's very important to focus on this segment to migrate from the conventional fuel to the green energy. But then the solution for commercial vehicles cannot be the same. All right? So in passenger cars or in two-wheelers, the puzzle is very simple. We can answer it with electric. But we are talking about trucks starting from 1.5 ton GVW to 55-ton GVW. And we are talking about ranges in a day starting from 30 kilometers to close to 800 kilometers, right? So, and there are trucks in the country which are now running more than 1,000 kilometers a day. So they have 3 drivers, and the truck doesn't stop. No? The trucks are used or consumed like aircrafts today in the country, where the trucks run for 20 hours or 22 hours. Then where is the time for charging, right? So that means then based on the usage, based on the size, and based on the constraints of the truck, so then the path towards green emission will be different, right? So for example, in a city, for a city bus or a distribution truck, electric is the clear path because the ranges are less, the applications facilitate charging, etc. But when it comes to long haul, we need a different solution, and that's where hydrogen becomes a prominent or a very important fuel for use in long haul, because we are talking about kilometers from 500 to 1,000 a day, where we'll not have the time for charging. And then you're talking about long haul trucks, which is of an overall length of nearly 5 meters, in which finding space to put a huge amount of battery is not going to be easy. And then the third one is all the vocational trucks, right? So like all the tippers, mixers, garbage, refuse application, where the demand, it's going to be demanding applications, where the hydrogen ICE becomes a much more better solution from all the point of view, from the application, from the investment, from the cost parity point of view. So that means then we are talking about a situation where we have multiple solutions. And like what Kamal mentioned, it's very important to consider all these elements in the policies so that the product offerings can be customized to the application. And if you don't do that, then the demand will not come, all right? So that's very important from the product offering. Second element is infrastructure. And I'm very happy to see that a corridor is selected with a targeted path and targeted application, targeted number of vehicles with a clear goal, because it's very important to demonstrate what is possible. Seeing is believing. People see that, people understand, people accept, and then expanding becomes easier. Instead of trying to implement all over the country, it's better to focus on sectors, on corridors, and then grow. I think from that perspective, this corridor approach will help in terms of solving the infrastructure puzzle. And the third element comes, which is the cost parity. Stephanie also mentioned, wherever we have seen that the policies have helped cost parity, the transition is faster, right? So, and that's where, when incentives comes, if it is taking care of all these variety of products that we are talking, right? So electric or hydrogen ICE, then it will make it easy for the whole ecosystem to transition faster towards the green mobility.
Sure.
Just to take away from my previous comment on collaboration, just to let you know that Daimler and Volvo are competitors, but about 3 years ago, we have partnered to work in a joint venture, equal partners, to do fuel cell electric, fuel cells, hydrogen fuel cells in the company named Cellcentric. So that's the way the world is going to move. I mean, two competitors collaborating for a common good, for the good of the society and good of the world. So I think that's the way forward.
Shankar sir.
I'm Shankar. I'm from the Mahindra Research Valley. And I'm an optimist by nature. And I really like being in situations where it's easy to be optimistic. And this is one of those situations. And I have 3 strong reasons to believe why this transition to zero emission will happen much earlier than what all the experts predict it to be. And the first is primarily about when we talk about electrification, we are also looking at bringing in the power of smart and connected technologies, some level of autonomy, and the AI and the software. And all these blocks are actually exponentially growing technologies. So it's very easy for us to kind of stretch ourselves and set those really very ambitious stretch goals and actually achieve them in a very reasonable time. So this is a very, very good situation to be in, because all these technologies are growing exponentially. Having said that, it's not just technology convergence, it's also convergence of 3 big industries: the traditional automotive industry, the infrastructure, and also the energy and power. So the opportunity to innovate and differentiate is actually 3-fold than what it was just a few years back. Now, how do we do this? None of us can do this alone, so we need to definitely collaborate. And there are definitely opportunities of pre-competitive research and technology development where we can easily come together, put our minds together, and really accelerate the whole transition. But there is one thing that we have to do correctly, very importantly, That is to lay out a very clear, well-defined technology roadmap. Because the evidence for this comes from the semiconductor industry, where they could double the computing power every 18 months because the entire semiconductor industry had a common technology roadmap. So can we as a community take that example, put our minds together and create a roadmap where we will clearly identify where we want to be by what time and lay out all those trajectories so that we will know who will do what, and we'll be able to easily stitch together all these things once we are done. I think if we do this right, then we'll be able to achieve things much faster, and there won't be duplication of efforts, and this would benefit everybody. It's a real win-win model to take up. Sure. Thanks for that.
Thank you, Shankar sir. Shankar sir, since you mentioned, let me start with you on that end. You've been a pioneer on innovation in the automotive industry for a long time. With respect to zero emission, and I appreciate your point, Mr. Bali, we are today talking zero emission. I think we've agreed that we want to take a technology agnostic approach, but we are also very clear that it has to be zero emission. But Shankar sir, where do you think are potential opportunities or what we might need now in the innovation ecosystem in India to get to this in the next 4 to 5 years?
Sure. Few years back, we thought the transition to electric itself would take some time, but it didn't. It's here and now, and all of us are deep into it. But the next big wave is the software-defined vehicle, which will be very relevant for the trucks also. It's no different. And traditionally, software has been a strength for us here in India. I think it's very important for us to leverage that strength and bring in the power of AI and software-driven features into the trucks so that we can achieve our goals much faster. That's what I feel we should focus on. Sure.
Sundaresh, sir, let me come to you. Technology readiness. Ashok Leyland has been doing a lot, right? Electric, hydrogen. Hydrogen requires a lot of infrastructure to be built out, so that's probably a story for a little more down the line. But battery electric is here and now. How do you see technology readiness? And all of us as industry have a wide portfolio. So there are potentially some segments in your portfolio that you know can leapfrog right away. Where do you see those opportunities?
Thanks. See, we have, between our subsidiary Switch and Ashok Leyland, we have trucks ranging from, let's say, 2.5 ton GVW all the way till 55 ton. And one surprising thing what we are seeing is that there is demand for every node across this range. There are applications. So on one side, as Pradeep mentioned, on one side is the GVW, but on the other side is the application. So there are trucks used, the same GVW truck used for different applications. So if you take a 16-ton truck, it is used both for short haul and it is also used for long haul. So it covers, there are trucks that cover 100 kilometers and there are trucks that cover 800 kilometers a day, same GVW. So we are seeing, like in each variant, there are applications which kind of make sense, either in terms of feasibility or even in terms of TCO. So it requires a overall design, overall solution design. So where is the vehicle going to get charged? When is it going to get charged? So how reliable is that schedule? Because one thing we know is on Indian roads, nothing is certain. So there can be diversions, there can be traffic jams, there can be weather events, all kinds of things. So how reliable is that particular application? Taking all that into consideration, we are identifying that pretty much every variant can be electrified, and that is what we are doing today. So we have solutions across the entire product range, and we are working with select partners, and partners include the logistics provider, include the end customer, and more importantly, the charging provider. So working as a team, we are putting together small demonstration cases or pilots. And as I already, so technology-wise, there is really no bottleneck or no constraint for these applications. Obviously, there are some applications where you need a battery of 600 kilowatt hour, and today, at least, that doesn't make sense. So leaving out such kind of applications which clearly call for other solutions, as others mentioned. So probably hydrogen ICE is definitely a requirement there, or fuel cell electric, or till that point, see, hydrogen, as you yourself said, is some time away. But before that, there are all kinds of blends, biofuel blends, interim solution, but still they help you along the journey. But when it comes to electric, I think as of now, at least, there are no technology barriers we see for certain applications. So,
Pradeep, sir, let me come to you. Daimler has a similar approach to this, right? Where in your portfolio do you see opportunities for electrifying right away? Acknowledging that not every piece can move, but where are the opportunities today?
Okay, so I will talk about general, where in the market we see that it's viable to move towards electric. So before we come to that, so see, right now, like what Sundaresan mentioned, there is also this the interim time until we reach to this green energy. There is a time which we call it as messy middle, where several different fuels are being explored in order to reduce the CO2 emission, or in order to reduce the pollutants, right? So, and after that, we are talking about green. And what are those applications where today we can look at making electric? See, primary, as I mentioned, the industry's market is around 1 million trucks. And then out of the 350,000 trucks are the heavy duty ones, right? So when I say heavy, medium and heavy duty, above 16 ton. So all these 650,000 trucks are in the small category in the distribution. And out of that, 90% of them not cover more than 150 kilometers in a day. And you can imagine then, so it's more or less like the use cases like a passenger car. And that's where then the ease of electrification is already there, because everything is available, a lot of technology is available, a lot of local content is getting ready, the batteries are getting ready, motors are getting ready, power electronics is getting ready. So, and that's where then you see the first potential or opportunity. And then there are also use cases in these segments where you already see that with the right amount of incentives, it already makes commercial sense. See, finally, we are talking about commercial vehicles, right? It's not a luxury product. It's a medium to earn money, right? So, and if it doesn't make commercial sense, we cannot change the masses, right? So we can create use cases. And the mass is in these 600,000 trucks, and where the viability becomes very important. And we see that in next 2 to 3 years, with the right incentives, the viability will already come. The tipping point will already come by 25, 26. And that's what will be the first segment for all of us to focus and then migrate. Because then the consumption increases. And the moment the consumption increases, then there will be a lot of people willing to come, willing to participate, willing to invest. And changing the heavier segment will also become easier, right? Then you have to only scale up, right? So, and coming to the medium and heavy duty, again, this range of 200 to 300 kilometers kind of applications then makes more sense. And from that perspective, you see then you will talk about garbage applications, distribution applications like milk distribution or parcel distribution, and then the tippers. And water tankers also is on the list. But then we have to see how the system of each of these applications work, right? So my view, that water tanker will not be the first segment to take this. Because the current system of water tanker application, they use used trucks. Because the money that they get as rent for transporting a tank full of water is so minuscule. And water tanker is not a full year application. When during the summers they are used, and during the rainy season they are not used. That means 6 months they use, 6 months they are not used. So that means then the truck, some customers even do like they remove the water tank, put a different body on it, and then use it for different application. They use it for market load, right? So in that application, they use used trucks. They don't buy new trucks because the earning from that truck is very less. And the consumption or usage of the truck is also very little or not for full. So it's not easy or viable for a water truck fleet owner to look at an electric today, right? So, but there are applications where, for example, the e-commerce. Again, you have distribution application of e-commerce where the trucks run 200 to 300 kilometers. And there are tippers. Tippers are utilized more. The earning from the tippers are more, right? So we have to see those applications where, which are in this range, but then also the customers will be willing to invest because they also look at taking the returns with the right amount of incentive in those applications. So that way then we have to pick the applications, and that will help in terms of identifying those use cases to demonstrate. With those demonstrations, then the consumption, we can push to increase the consumption, right? And then with that, the market will change. We need second-hand electric trucks for water tanker, right? So we have to identify the applications where the first-hand electric trucks become viable.
Thank you. Mr. Bali, very quickly, 30 seconds, is capital a challenge?
Capital is not really a challenge. If you have a solution, it's not a challenge at all. In fact, it's available freely if you have the right business proposition, if you have a right value proposition. So I think one of the main things which we have not touched upon, I need to take a minute on that, is the next big opportunity. So if we all realize, if I can share one data point, that all across the world, trucks are working at less than 50% efficiency. More than 50%, each truck, more than 50% of the time carries air. It's not moving cargo, it's moving air, which is complete waste. If we can monetize that 50% waste by aggregation techniques, by the right, creating the right networks for people to aggregate to optimize loads, that's the next big thing which will help zero emission because you can move half the number of trucks to do this, to get the same outcome if you have the right loads on every truck. So I think that's one piece we are not talking about, which we need to talk about because that's reducing 50% energy. So I think that's a very, very important thing, and that's something which we would like to work on.
Perfect. Actually, that is a good point because some of my other colleagues the other day were talking about how all of this should integrate with the larger national logistics policy that the government of India has been pushing. And I think there are a lot of synergies for a system approach. My final question, in the interest of being provocative, is I've heard incentives, but I think global experience teaches us it has to be a combination of regulation and incentives that can help drive the market faster than we would want to, right? And we don't have the time. So if I had to put it on the table, would you agree we need more stringent fuel economy norms? We can look at potentially a CAFE standard. We don't have that for trucks yet. We can we think about specific sales requirements for OEMs? These have been tried in Europe and California, and you'll hear some of it from other colleagues later. I'm just putting it on the table. Very quick 30-second reactions from all of you. Sundarshan sir, maybe we'll start.
Definitely, I think CAFE kind of a norm will give the OEMs the freedom to come up with innovative ways of meeting the requirements. Definitely, that will help. Overall, yes, I think the money, as everyone has been saying, commercial vehicles need to make money for everybody in the value chain. Thanks.
Yeah, I think norms like the VECTO norms in Europe, which are there, I'm sure they are going to come in India by 2025, 2027. So basic control on CO2, and that can be shifted towards CO2. I'm told the current norm, and they're tightening that by 2040, compared to the base of 2019, it's going to be 90% reduction on CO2. That's going to be the measure. So I think that's one important thing on one end. And on the other end, there should be some incentives the same type of incentives for even the trucking industry. The trucks don't get the same kind of incentives. I think both these things will help a lot.
Yeah, so I do fully agree with that comment that regulations will be one more enabler along with the incentives to migrate towards zero emission. So just two thoughts in that perspective. First thought is that can we then leapfrog, right? So for example, today we are talking about regulations in all the fuels, right? So can we say, okay, as a country, we will skip Euro 7, but then we prioritize green mobility and then bring electric or hydrogen by regulation. And so then the whole ecosystem gets developed. So from that perspective, then we can reduce anxiety of the whole ecosystem. Imagine someone buying a Euro 7 vehicle by 2030. Right, so trucks are used for 15 years. And will the truck be allowed to use for 15 years will be the question he will have, right? So, and capital on Euro 7 is going to be quite high compared to a Euro 6 truck. So, I see also some colleagues from Western countries. So, I think it's a global question that can we skip Euro 7 and then put regulations globally focusing on green mobility, so that then it becomes easier for the whole ecosystem to change. Second point, from an India perspective, we have colleagues from Niti Aayog. So far, when it comes to mobility, the regulations are with one ministry, MORTH, mostly 90% of the regulations. And tomorrow it will change. We'll have 3 or 4 ministries coming into picture to make this ecosystem work, right? So Ministry of Road Transport, Ministry of Petroleum, Ministry of Natural Resources, and Ministry of Mining also, talking about lithium mining and all. So that means there we need a we might need a different approach in terms of how we bring regulations, so coordinated, so that it becomes easier for the whole ecosystem to migrate faster and easier, right? So,
Perfect. Shankar sir, last
Sure.
word.
Sure. I think we all agree that today's technology makes it technically feasible to have a clean truck. There is no debate on that. And then Mr. Bali talked about improving the utilization of these trucks to make it economically viable also by using the connected features. I just want to bring a third dimension to this, which is the desirability, the human-centered aspect of this whole thing. We are talking about technology and trucks, but there is a person who is actually driving this truck over very long distances, and he doesn't get to go home in the evening, whereas all of us get to go back home in the evening. The same connectivity in this truck will allow us to swap the drivers so that every driver will get to go back home and spend the time with his family every day. That will be a real shift because it will make it safe and it will also make it a desirable job for many people to become a truck driver. I think we need to look at technology from that angle also to see how we can make it absolutely safe and desirable. Sure. Thanks.
With that, I thank all of you. As we transition to the next panel, we'll hear from 2 of India's electric truck startups. I'll invite Atul to come on stage and have a quick fireside chat with them. But also would like to thank you and request you to take your seats here. And the positive note I will take away from this session is we're open to regulation. The industry will back a potential zero-emission truck policy and roadmap for India. And we hope that as part of this high-level ambition group over the next few months, we'll actually be able to deliver that in partnership with Niti Aayog. Thank you, Mr. Sinha.
Thanks, Aditya. We move to the next session. I'll call on Mr. Uday Narang from Omega Siki, Managing Director and CEO, and Pulkesh Srivastav, my friend as well, co-founder of EVH. I just got a stare from Aditya saying, the next 8 minutes for us. But I need to be very fair to our trailblazers, companies who've been kind of swimming against the tide. Thanks again for being on the panel, Uday and Pulkit as well. We'll begin with the first question. Probably have 2 rounds of questions and 4 minutes for each one of you. The first question is pretty, I think it's common. We'll love to hear from you. What is making you bet so big on electric trucks? What do you see within this market? So, Uday, why don't we start with you first?
First of all, good morning, everybody, and thanks, Niti Aayog, Sutenduji. I'm a big fan of yours at Niti Aayog. Great work. And obviously, great to see that UC Davis is part of this. Look, I think, I heard a lot of, it was great to see Baliji and all the big players in the market. I think the reason is not about, for at least for me, is not why am I betting electric trucks. I'm betting on it because it's the need of the hour. I think, commercial vehicles create a huge amount of pollution. India has, 31 of the most polluted cities. It's great to see the rain in here. I just landed last night, and since it's been raining nonstop. So I think what's important for us to understand is we need to put electric trucks in this country. I think the bigger trucks, I think they can come, but I think, up to the 1 ton to maybe 3.5 ton, at least the 1 ton, we need to change them all. I think we need to really get to electrification. I think, I don't think we have a choice. And I think what is important is we all need to understand, we worry, and I understand, I'm seeing this in the 3-wheelers and the 2-wheelers. People are saying everything has to work economically. And in India specifically, it's one of the most price-sensitive markets I've ever seen globally. So I think what's extremely important is we need to do it for OSM or me. I think, we all need to actually put, whether it's electric, hydrogen, I think, is a bit down the road. I just think if we want to make a change, if we want to make India, India is the largest economy, the largest population, be the 3rd largest economy in the world. And if we want to make a change, we want to make a point to the world, I think we've got to bring green energy sustainability, because if we cannot protect Mother Earth, then I don't know what we can protect. Thank you.
Need of the hour. Uday, thanks. We'll get the same question pretty much, but just probably a deja vu moment for both of us. 12 months back at Climate Week, speaking the same things. What has changed and what gets you kicking with this?
Thank you. First, thank you for having me here. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Sinha. We've been talking for a while about this now. And simply put, because time is of essence, +1 to everything which you said. We just heard collaboration is important. But from EVH perspective, in last 1 year, we had 1 truck when we spoke. Now we have 50 trucks running on the road. We'll have our 100th truck running in a couple of months. So from our perspective, things have changed from production perspective. But there's so many things which are difficult for an OEM to solve just by ourselves. For example, financing is still an issue. The best which we get is 16%, which is 6% more than what a combustion engine truck will be financed at. Why, if we are very serious about it, why have we not gone under 10%? A truck should be financed at 8%, 7%, especially electric trucks. Second, fast charging network is still negligible. So when I say things have moved, of course things have moved. Amazing to see so many people coming and saying the demand side aggregation. But I think we still have a lot of ground to cover from certain policy level interventions, and financing would be the biggest issue. I think let's leave everything. Let OEMs and let e-commerce, FMCG, and logistics players solve certain thing. But a fast charging network and financing, I think there's still some ground to be covered.
So Pulkit, probably a lot of optimism, but with a sense of watchfulness is what I'll put that up. The next question, Uday, for you, what do you need from policy in the near term?
Look, I think, everybody, whoever knows me, I'm not looking for any policy help, right? I think, I'm off the school of thought, don't ask what the country can do for you. Do what you can for the country. And I think, look, we can keep talking about, will the government do this? Will the government do this? I mean, Niti Aayog is doing enough, right? I think we want, if we want everything from the government, I think the cars are going to, it's just not going to work. I think from my point of view, I want the government to have just one thing. I want to have the government to have a clear policy. As an investor, I've been in the business for 50 years. My family's been in this country for 50 years building businesses. What makes sense, and for me, if you're in Europe or in the United States, even in Japan and Korea, the government has a clear policy. If we're going to give FAME subsidy, let's make sure we give it. 1 or 2 people or 5 people below the light doesn't mean we're all bad, right? I think there has to be a consistency. I think we have to build public-private partnerships. I think, I'd love to have the government to give subsidy or FAME, like Baliji said, on the trucks. But if we're going to wait for that, guys, it's going to be long. I want more trucks on the road now. I don't want to be coming to conferences and talking about 50 or 100. We should have several 100,000 trucks out there. And guys like Damir, guys like Volvo, I mean, you're seeing all the big Mahindra, Tata, everybody's to the party. And I think we've just got to make sure we build the technologies there. We're coming up, I'll be honest with you, we're coming up very shortly with 15-minute fast charging on trucks, which will reduce the cost. I think the charging infrastructure, look, again, Rome wasn't built in one day, in my view. And I think we've all got to actually start acting. And please, the government will do what the government will do. I mean, I think, we've got to just sort of make sure that, Niti Aayog, is actually listening to what we have to say. And I'm sure with Sudhenduji there and obviously we've got Abhijit Ji here who's continuously pushing this agenda. I think let them do that work. Let us bring better products. Let us understand what the drivers want and actually bring the trucks to the road.
Great. Thanks, Uday. Pulkit, would you sing the same song on policy, or do you want a FAME 3?
Listen, subsidies are always welcome, right? But at the same time, if you think that subsidies are the only thing which will drive demand or supply, that's wrong. And also we don't need to innovate anymore. There are enough examples globally where they came and then they went away. But the point is the good product will win and the market will decide which product wins. So the best TCO, like in our business calculation, we don't even consider subsidies. It's cherry on the top, which is always good for customers. But the point is make a good product, make the best TCO without subsidies, and when they come, we say thank you. That's how we look at it.
Thanks. Last question to both of you. We've all kind of convened today for the high-level ambition group. We hopefully see UC Davis, CalSTART, and Climate Group working alongside with partners like you. What's the one thing that you expect from us as part of the HLAG, the high-level ambition?
Look, I just want, a public-private, whoever wants to come to the party, join hands together. But what I really want is more trucks on the road. We've done that with 3-wheelers. We've done that with 2-wheelers. I think the trucks need to happen. And I think specifically, in my view, the bigger trucks, yes, it's all great, 3.5, 10, 15, 30, but it's a very small, volume. It's the 1-ton truck. It's the Tata Ace equivalent. Let's bring hundreds of thousands of those on the road as soon as possible. Thank you.
Exactly same. I can't disagree with anything. We need to put more trucks. 10 years in existence, still 50 trucks on the road with a 1 million vehicle. It's nothing, it's very little which we have achieved so far. So much more to do. Just continue doing what you're doing. It's important for all of us to talk about it. At the same time, when this happens, it pushes us more to put more trucks on the road. We are doing our best, and thank you for doing your best.
On that note, we'll close. Thank you, Uday. Thank you, Pulkit, for challenging all conventional ways of doing business, and we look forward to working with you. I'll hand it over to the next panel, Dr. Fulton.
One last piece of the puzzle left, and that's infrastructure and policy. And I'd like to invite Lou Fulton from UC Davis to moderate this session. We also have Abhijit Sinha from the National Highway for EVs. We have Hitinder Vegamal, and we have Amit Kekare also from ABB and Siemens to join us on the panel, please. And I'll also invite Dr. Sydney Burgess from the California Resources Board, and we'll hear from her very briefly on the California experience on zero-emission trucking. And ladies and gentlemen, I'll only say one thing. You have 11 minutes on the dot.
7 minutes. That means we can ask, I don't know, 10 questions.
That's fine.
Lightning round. Okay, well, thanks for joining us. I think what we will do is let everybody introduce themselves and, in 1 minute, what are you working on that's relevant here? What's your vision on infrastructure? But I think I'll start with Sydney, it's like one of these things is not like the others. Well, Sydney is not actually an infrastructure person, or correct me, but just give us your overview. You've been here for 3-4 days now, and tell us about the California perspective, and yeah, go.
All right, here we go. Thank you all for your time, and thank you for allowing me to be part of this panel. I think overall, one of the things that I've really experienced this week is just really recognizing what an exciting time this is in India, and what an exciting day this is with this announcement of these new collaborations. Certainly in California, we've found the collaboration between the public and the private sector to be absolutely critical in moving the zero-emission truck market forward. So it's great to see GOA signing on to the Global Memorandum of Understanding and really working to show that at a subnational level, that subnational leadership can be so important. In California, we have our zero-emission truck policy that's recently adopted on the books that requires manufacturers to bring zero-emission trucks to market. As a result, 8 other states, or 25% of the US truck market, has also adopted this requirement. In California, we recently amended this regulation, and it will now require 100% zero-emission truck sales in 2036. And recently, the truck OEMs have stood up to say we support California's zero-emission truck policies, and now our federal government is now moving forward with adopting their own zero-emission truck policy. So I just wanted to amplify and lift up how important subnational leadership can be, and how great it is to see that kind of leadership is happening here.
Thank you, Sydney. And although you're working at the Air Resources Board, and it's actually the California Energy Commission that's more directly responsible for the charging infrastructure, we know that that's a big effort now. And after you guys have put forward the kind of ambition about how many trucks you want out there, we've got to get that infrastructure out there. And it's infrastructure for fleets, at their home base, and it's also highway charging infrastructure. So now let's turn to you guys. Maybe you start with Abhijit. What's your role in this, and what's your vision for providing that infrastructure?
I'm a policy entrepreneur. We do policy which comes from evidence-based pilots. Majority of them, they are into emerging technologies. The core idea was earlier known as Vibrant Gujarat, when our current Honorable Prime Minister used to be Chief Minister there in Gujarat. And Gujarat used to be one of the best places to do business, bringing new technologies.
India to support the Make in India claim that we will actually manufacture the products in India, actually do the design of the products in India. That's very important, as Udayji and everybody kind of mentioned about, is it's a very cost-sensitive market, and we have to look at the economics of this particular new industry, how to actually implement it in this. Infrastructure somehow gets taken at the last bit in the discussion, and that actually should change because these vehicles cannot run without this infrastructure. So the planning has to take into the first step. And as a company, Siemens actually works with a lot of these. One of the name we see in the sponsors is Power Grid. So these kind of companies, we have been working with these companies for a long time, how to plan such kind of infrastructure. And that should be the first step to be taken to ensure that this momentum, what we have reached on the commercial vehicle deployment, at least sustainable. So
okay, thank
important.
you. And I'll just do one lightning round question here, and then we'll finish up. But in the context of the EFAST and the high-level ambition group and bringing the demand and the supply together, and we've seen the numbers, we're looking at something like 5,000 trucks by 2027 and more, maybe 7,500 or something by 2030. They're going to be all different kinds of trucks. We saw that the ranges, they're going to be highway trucks, they're going to be urban trucks. How do you engage in that? Are you able to help provide that infrastructure, or what parts of it do you concentrate on, and
Sure.
that sort of thing?
So we are very much focused on the commercial vehicle side. So we are very closely working with most of these OEMs in their product development phase itself. We are aware of what kind of standards and technologies have been evaluated. One definite ask towards the government and also to the vehicle OEM partners is, let's conclude towards the standard very fast. Toying around with the standard a long time takes a lot of challenge, because then you will not have a solution.
Great.
Scalable solution.
Okay, thank you. Back to Hitender. Same question, basically. Where do you fit in, and your priorities, and then what do you maybe need?
Oh, okay. So for the first thing that comes, as rightly pointed out by Amit, is that infrastructure thing. So the first basic discussion starts with any player on the infrastructure availability and the ease of getting that infrastructure in place. Because we can plan, we can tell the logistics players to go for the long haul logistics truck. They will go for the charging solution as well. And as was rightly pointed out by the Volvo group, the capital is there if you have a value proposition. But then the availability and the time duration in which that infrastructure is available plays a very keen role. And that is where the policy jumps in. And that is where, as the industry experts in electrical and automation, we give kind of a guidance, we kind of solutions to the people that starts from right from 11 kV, 33 kV. Because unlike the four-wheeler passenger cars, which would not require an HT connection, here we are talking about megawatt connections in one hub. And that requires robust connection, that requires high tension lines to be flowing in, big transformers in place, compact substations in place. So that thing comes into place. And then we understand, with our involvement with the OEMs, what kind of charging standard is there.
Right.
So India is gradually evolved from GB/T, I would say, to CCS2 now in last 6-7 years in multiple range of vehicles. So therein we provide the CCS2 chargers.
Okay.
And then to capitalize on the software side and to bridge the gap, to make sure that the revenue is happening, the people are able to catch and people are able to run the depots with minimum manpower there. And that is why I see this industry right now at the stage where I would say the process industry was there in the early 2000s, wherein the automation was not there, wherein so much manpower was there. So that is where the software will play a keen role, so that there would be unmanned station with proper directions given, and there are KPIs to be monitored at the fleet operator level so that their revenue is not lost, their routes are well defined, and their time is not lost as well.
I'm being told we need to wrap up.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I think we'll just wrap it up. But thank you very much, and we ran out of time, but we look forward to all of you working together, the OEMs, the demand side, and the infrastructure people, and also thank you, Sydney, for your words. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, so I don't have a lot of time, so very quick closing remarks. What we've heard today is the sector is not hard to abate, it's ready to transition. So congratulations to everybody over here. What we've also heard is we've got the demand side and we've got the supply side. The 3 or 4 key words were coordination, collaboration, convergence, ecosystem. I think this more or less sums up panel 1, panel 2, and panel 3. These are our next steps because now we begin the real work of making this actually happen. I think by this time next year, if we met even 20% of the demand side, or let's say 5% of the demand side target, we can celebrate because last year at this time we were not even here. So over the next 4 months, both the supply and the demand groups will be working together. The high-level ambition groups will be working with the demand side team led by Niti Aayog to create an ambitious technology and policy roadmap that we then hope to start implementing from the next year onwards. Thank you very much. You've been a wonderful audience. Thank you.
One final announcement, please do go to the technology showcase at Mukherjee Stadium to actually see some of these zero-emission trucks on display. It's on till 6 p.m. today. Thank you.
Hello. I would request everyone to quickly vacate the room because we need to get the room ready for the next session. Please.
Stephanie.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're just about to start the session. Thank you, and thank you so much for your patience. We are starting just a few minutes late, but we do want to get going as soon as possible, so please do take your seats. Okay, let's get going, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be here and to have the Clean Energy Ministerial invite the Global Renewables Alliance and IRENA to co-organize this event on unleashing the potential of renewables. My name is Bruce Douglas. I'm the CEO of GRA, and thank you again for your patience, and thanks to the organizers for accommodating some last-minute changes. So this morning, we have a packed agenda for you. If you could just go back to the previous slide. So the agenda, first of all, we're going to have a short presentation from the COP28 presidency, then a presentation from IRENA, and then going to a panel discussion. And as you see, the 7 names there, I will introduce them as they come on stage, but we have really a great range of the world's leading experts on technology and policy. So you see here we have solar, finance, wind, hydro, European Commission, the Ministry of Energy in Chile, and the Ministry of Energy Infrastructure from the UAE. So it should be a fascinating debate. But first of all, as I say, delighted to introduce Simon Berkebeck. He's the Director of Energy Transition at the COP28 presidency. Simon, please, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests and colleagues, it's a pleasure to join you today. I think the discussions over the past days have emphasized the challenges that we're facing. If we look sort of beyond the discussions here, we are seeing clearly the impacts of the climate change today. And June and July is on track to be the hottest months ever on record. And the science is quite clear. Even if we get on a 1.5 degree pathway, the temperatures will continue to grow, and it will keep on getting worse for decades. So the urgency to address this cannot be overstated. And we need everyone to take decisive actions to fast-track the energy transition and keep 1.5 degree alive. For us, that means that we need to urgently build the energy system of the future while also rapidly decarbonizing the energy system of today. But we believe that this can not only reduce emissions, but it can also drive economic growth, create jobs, and provide energy access for all. We believe that setting global targets is the first step in this course correction. And as outlined in IRENA's World Energy Transition Outlook, renewables are already amongst the lowest cost generation in most of the world. And to deliver on a 1.5 degree pathway, we need to increase that capacity that we currently have to around 11 terawatt hours or terawatt by 2030. And COP28, with the support of partners, is calling for consensus and commitment on this global target. So we ask for all countries to support this tripling of renewable energy capacity, complemented by a doubling of the rate of energy efficiency improvements by 2030, which we believe will enable a reduction of the demand of fossil fuels. So while each country must tailor its own approach, the commitment to a global target and a collective target demonstrates the scale and pace that we must expand our renewable capacity with. But in addition to the target, we also call on each country to address barriers holding back progress, because this is not just about targets, it is also about implementation. And what we see is that these barriers include financing, inadequate infrastructure, and regulatory barriers. If we are to address those challenges, we need both domestic action and we also need international collaboration. We need to unlock financing mechanisms, we need to enhance grid infrastructure, we need to streamline permitting processes, and we need to deploy energy storage and other technical solutions that allow for this increasing renewables. To deliver on this, governments will need to take a leading role in facilitating this. And there needs to be an environment that increasingly encourages investment in infrastructure, as well as renewables, of course, generation themselves. And we need to establish supportive policies and regulations to expand and accelerate this market. By taking steps to setting ambitious targets, we can signal to the private sector that this is a great business opportunity and will remain a great business opportunity to mobilize much more resources within renewable energy. That will then allow the private sector to accelerate deployment of capital, as well as expertise and entrepreneurial spirit. And the opportunity is really huge. Global investment across all energy transition technologies reached a record high of $1.3 trillion last year. But the interesting part is that that needs to quadruple in order to remain on a 1.5 degree, or to achieve a 1.5 degree pathway. And to deliver that, as mentioned, it's critical that the public sector and the private sector works hand in hand. So underpinning those, there's also a need to accelerate efforts in capacity building and knowledge sharing and R&D. And that's particularly important for countries with limited resources. So as we move towards COP28, we hope to invite you all to work with us and for countries to commit to a global target of tripling installed capacity by 2030, as well as working on the enablers required to deliver. And we believe that only then we can credibly claim to take this serious, or take this challenge seriously. And to this end, I would like to thank IRENA and the Global Renewables Alliance and member associations for continued work in supporting the industry. And of course, thanking all of you government representatives here for the continued support for this call to action towards COP28 and beyond. Thank you.
Simon, I'm not going to let you get away too easily. If you don't mind, I'm going to put you on the spot with two specific questions. You referenced industry. I mean, as representative of the Global Renewables Alliance, we fully support your ambition levels to triple the total installed renewable capacity by 2030. We understand it's something like 11 terawatts of capacity would be installed by 2030. What do you need from industry specifically to support you in that mission to get there? And specifically on COP28, the event, how do you see this ambition level playing out within that event and the discussions and negotiations, and obviously the final text that comes out?
Yeah, so let me take the first question first. So in terms of what the industry can do, we are, when we look at the energy sector and the discussions that are going on today, we believe that there is it's not one discussion, right? There are many different angles, perspectives in this discussion, right? If you talk to one CEO or you talk to a regulator, you may hear different views of how this will play out. So we actually see one of the biggest opportunities here, also for the private sector, is to join forces, so to speak, with the government sector and engage in a dialogue to be able to reassure governments that we can take more or set more ambitious targets. We want to avoid that one part of the energy sector holds back another part, right? That we wait for each other. So we would rather get to a stage where the governments and the private sector is so clear in terms of the commitment to delivering on renewables and expanding renewables that it enables the governments and the public sector to be able to step up and set more ambitious targets. So being clear that this can be done, I would say, is the most important thing, and there's of course a number of different ways that can be done. So in terms of how this particularly would play into the COP28, of course the negotiations themselves are a party-driven process, so it remains to be seen how that will develop, and you've probably all followed the discussion so far. We hope that there will be an ambitious outcome on this point, and we're of course doing our best to facilitate that discussion. For the programming, of course, there will be a wealth of opportunities to show that we're delivering and moving fast. So there will be a number of different events, and we'll launch much more visibility into what they are in the coming weeks in order to showcase that we can overcome the challenges and some of the ones that I mentioned. Yes.
Thank you very much. And in fact, it was a difficult, if not impossible, question to predict what would come out of the COP28. Everyone knows the complexity of that negotiation right up to the last minute. However, from an industry perspective, we have now optimism. We have the maturity within our industries to deliver. We believe we have the technologies, the finance available, but also the policies and legislative instruments to get this done. And we're going to hear now from IRENA, from Nicholas Wagner, who's the program officer for IITC at IRENA, on how the renewables sector and the governments believe we should get that done. Thanks, Nicholas. Over to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Bruce. It's great to be here. My name is Nicholas Wagner. As mentioned, I'm a program officer working at IRENA's Innovation and Technology Center in Bonn, Germany. Of course, thank you to the Global Renewables Alliance, Bruce and his team, for organizing this wonderful event, to my colleagues at IRENA that have been supporting us, and to the CEM Secretariat for having such an interesting series of side events and conference here. So I will be, if you could load my presentation, please. Thank you. I will be talking for about 10 minutes today about the perspective that we have from our World Energy Transitions Outlook. If you're not aware, it's an annual publication, a flagship of the agency that sort of charts a perspective based on all the knowledge and experts that we have at the agency for a 1.5 degrees Celsius future. We released a preview earlier this year, but importantly, we released the first volume of this year's report in June, so last month, and we will have a second volume forthcoming that looks more into the socioeconomic aspects of the transition. So I do recommend anybody who would like to check this out on our website. I will be going over a very small part of what's in this report. It's comprehensive and discusses a huge range of topics across the energy sector, investment, policies, and a lot of other topics. So why are we here today talking about a capacity target? Well, I think it's evident to many people that work in the industry that there's a trend towards electrification of end uses. And I would argue, along with energy efficiency, which should always be a first principle, I would argue that the electrification of our energy system is probably the most important trend that we're seeing. But electrification only makes sense if it's met with clean electricity, and renewable electricity we really think is going to be the primary driver for that clean electricity. Historically, electricity is made up around 20% of final energy consumption. Incidentally, that has been growing pretty rapidly over the last few years, and now it's at 22%, so that's positive. But you can see that the majority of fuel demand is still coming from fossil fuels, over 2/3. There's a large traditional bioenergy component as well. And we envision a transition where you see electricity make up, direct use of electricity make up over half of final energy consumption. And you can see that represented here in the yellow. On top of that, we see significant growth in hydrogen consumption, because there are just certain types of processes that do not lend well to direct electrification. So there is a role for hydrogen to play. And our analysis, and we have an interesting supply analysis that looks at global hydrogen production and trade, we believe that 94% of hydrogen, clean hydrogen in the future, all of which needs to be clean, by the way, by 2050, will come from green hydrogen. And green hydrogen, of course, is hydrogen produced through electrolysis from renewable energy. And then it can be used as a molecule for other derivatives like methanol or for ammonia. But you can see that when you combine both electricity and hydrogen, 2/3 of energy, final energy demand, is coming from electricity in some form, either directly or indirectly. There's still important other end-use fuels, particularly renewables, that are needed, and fossil fuels won't disappear entirely. I'd also like to point out, we talked about there's also a discussion here at the G20 around an indicator for energy intensity improvement, so the rate of energy intensity improvement relative to energy demand and GDP. Electrifying end uses drives significant energy intensity improvement. Electricity use is significantly more energy efficient than combustion of fuels. And if that electricity is produced from renewable sources, when you have to do the primary energy equivalent, you actually also reduce energy demand considerably if it's from 100% efficient systems such as solar, wind, or hydro. So you see that in this figure, where actually overall energy demand over the next 30 years, or a little under 30 years, actually declines despite an over 2.5 times growth in global GDP. So that alone has really strong and good indications for not just CO2 emissions, but also energy intensity, and of course renewables. And you can also look at energy consumption on a wider level, which is primary energy, which of course includes transformation centers, non-energy use. And there the trend is very similar. We see significant growth in renewables from about 16% share today to over 75%, so 3/4. If you add on top of that nuclear, which we consider nuclear if it's in government plans only, then we're looking at upwards of well over 80% of the total energy system comes from either renewables or nuclear. Essentially, a large part of the renewables part is also electricity-based. Of course, there's also end-use renewables in there as well. So we moved to a very different system, one that is has traditionally been predominantly fossil fuels-based, to one that is very renewables-based, both end-use electricity and hydrogen and derivatives from renewables, nuclear, and then there's still some fossil fuels. And if we look specifically at the power capacity mix, where the story is really, I think, where we've seen tremendous progress over the last 20 years. We all know how much the cost, the capital cost for almost all renewable technologies has decreased, upwards of 80 to 90% over the last decade. We, of course, know that the vast majority of new capacity additions are renewables, and also going forward will be. And this is reflected not just in government plans, which we represent through our the PES there, the Planned Energy Scenario, but importantly, the thing we would like to discuss, and we're arguing here at the G20 and CEM, is we need to see rapid scale up in the next 8 years to the year 2030 and beyond, of course. The additions, it was mentioned by Simon earlier, we think that there needs to be around 8 terawatts of additional renewable capacity installed by 2030. So you could say 1,000 per year. Of course, it's not going to scale to 1,000 immediately, but on average over the period, 1,000 per year. But we prefer to instead frame it that we need 8 additional terawatts on top of the 3.4 that we had installed in 2022. We need 8 additional terawatts for a total of 11 terawatts of renewable energy. And then you would have a very different constellation of capacity in power systems. Of course, 77% of power capacity in 2030 would be renewable, and over 94% by 2050. This has very important implications for power system operation, so expansion of grids and flexibility measures, and I'll touch on that briefly later. Just to break down a little bit more the additions that we see, you can see here in the stepladder chart the additions that lead us to those numbers. So where we need to go from, oh, this has a base year of 2020, but where we need to go to 2030, and then where we need to go to 2050. And we're very much focused right now on the 2030 level of ambition, because it is very ambitious. And you see here where the additions are. I don't think this is a surprise to most. Around 5 terawatt of solar PV, and 2,800 of wind, both onshore and offshore. Of course, that doesn't mean those are the only technologies. You see other contributions, and in many cases, geothermal and bioenergy and hydropower are very important for system operations, so we do see growth in those. And you also see a decline of around 1.5 terawatt of traditional capacity as it's phased out, not renewed, or there's in longer term early retirement that occurs. And you could say that the vast majority of additions will be solar and wind, and I don't think this surprises anybody. And we have some numbers there looking at the growth, 8-fold growth of solar PV, 4-fold of onshore wind, 14-fold of offshore. These are, however, compared to 2020 levels. When we did the analysis, that was our base year, and there's been a lot of growth in recent years, in the last 2 years, and this year, very likely, in renewables. So those factors will actually be lower, but nonetheless, it's still very accelerated and fast growth. We also quantify what the investment is, and this is very important because the transition requires an upscaling, a significant upscaling of investment. Of course, it's climate safe investment, and actually I think there's an interest out there from funding sources to fund a lot of this investment. Overall, the transition to 1.5 C in our view requires $5 trillion US invested per year on average to 2050, which is more or less double what is likely to occur in a sort of a reference case. Also on a global level, it's just 3, 4, 5% of GDP. Over the period, because GDP grows, it's actually, I think, closer to 2% of GDP. So for 2% of GDP, we can transition to a 1.5 C future and also have climate safe investments that are future-proofed in a way. And the power sector, the power sector alone makes up the bulk of investments. And we see 2.2 trillion investments needed per year. And roughly 2/3 of that investment is in power generation technologies, so building out the capacity. That's 1.4 trillion per year. And then what will increasingly become very important as you scale this capacity in mixes is that we'll need to see significant investment in grids and system flexibility, also on the order a little under $1 trillion, so 0.8 trillion per year So all in all, this is a $2.2 trillion per year market for power capacity and for energy flexibility in grids. And this is quantified in greater detail by technology there, so you can get an idea, and also other technologies if you look at the report. So there's a lot of things going to be discussed about how you can make this happen, from very detailed level on how consumers can interact with power supply companies or with the grid operator. A lot can be discussed, and maybe those will be discussed in more detail in the panel. But we've broadly broken down the transition to 3 simple pillars. One is physical infrastructure. It's clear that there needs to be forward-looking planning and modernization and expansion of infrastructure on land and on sea. A lot of this infrastructure takes a long time to build and develop, so it's important to start thinking about that now and planning for decades into the future. Of course, there's the policy and regulatory enablers. I would argue, and I think most of us understand, that the biggest hindrance until now on seeing renewable capacity growth in many markets is a policy or a regulatory barrier. Simply either not allowing independent power producers, or not being able to interconnect into the grid, or just having other barriers that don't enable either anything from small to medium to large scale renewable power projects. And also market design is very important to allow consumers to interact with the market. And there's a lot of countries doing a lot of good work in this. The European Union is a good one, and many others. And I think it's really important that in this area, that there's a lot of knowledge sharing and learnings that can come that should be spread across regions and countries. And of course, as IRENA, that's one of our main aims. Finally, there's the very important aspect of skills and capacities. People, renewable energy is very people intensive. That's a good thing. It increases employment, but it requires people to install and maintain these systems, many of which are decentralized. It's very important to have the skilled installers, the skilled people that can repair. Of course, you need to build up production capacity many times over. So the industry associations, I think, understand this challenge, and so there's also that element that needs to be done. And of course, we always need to consider a just transition, social aspects related to the transition, and I think this is an area where actually renewables shine pretty strongly, because I think they're more of an inclusive type of energy. So with that, I hope I shed some light on the topic, and I will turn it back over to Bruce for continued discussion. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Nick. And we as the industry welcome the credible analysis of IRENA to back up the mission and the vision that we're putting forward. So thank you so much for that. Also, thanks to IRENA for supporting the Global Renewables Alliance. We have an MOU signed with the Director General, Francisco Lacamera, with IRENA, and we will be hosting a joint pavilion at COP28 in Dubai in December. So really look forward to that. Thank you so much. Again, I'm going to put you on the spot, not to let you get away too easily. Again, first of all, we welcome the 3 pillars. Really, we do the infrastructure, both grids and specifically on the supply chains, wind, and so forth. On the policies and regulations, as you say, that's really the big enabler or barrier, depending on how you look at it. And finally, the skills and training. Again, the question to you is, how can we work with you from the industry perspective to help you deliver what you presented there?
Yeah, thank you. So as an intergovernmental organization, our connections are with our member countries, the respective ministries or planning departments. And really, I think what we need is a strong industry voice, which is why I think the Global Renewables Alliance is such an interesting new organization. And I think where we can really look for synergies is really to bring an industry perspective. We as IRENA don't necessarily work directly with certain types of companies, because we want to represent the entire industry, but I think we can work very closely with the associations and those groups that represent industry, can help us better understand some of the work that we're doing in an industry standpoint or a private sector standpoint. And of course, we can have sort of joint efforts. I think we can, not just things like this or the COP Pavilion, but we can look for opportunities to do, I think, joint training, learning, joint reports, perspectives, co-authoring, that kind of stuff. So happy to consider. And we can also work together, I forgot to mention, I think COP28 will be a very important milestone. COP always is. The UAE government is very supportive and I think doing a wonderful job in really sort of driving a very strong dialogue. And I think between the Global Renewables Alliance, IRENA, and the COP28 presidency, I do hope that we can move towards some really concrete, how could you say, targets, or something that can be sort of ingrained and discussed in COP28 that comes out of COP28. And so maybe that's also somewhere where we can cooperate. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. We look forward to doing that. So Nick also mentioned that he thanked me personally and the team GRA for organizing this event. I mean, a huge, big thanks must also go to the Global Solar Council and their team who really put together the organization of this side event behind the scenes. Unfortunately, Mate Heiss, who's the chair of the Global Solar Council, couldn't be here. He's actually been in Europe with an illness. But we have the representative of the Indian solar here. So Mr. Subbu Pulipika, please join us on stage. And thank you for your help with the organization. I'll also invite the other panelists to join us on stage here to start the discussion. So first of all, Nawal Al-Hanai, she's the Director of Future Energy at the Ministry of Energy and Infrastructure at the UAE. We have Mr. Ravinder Singh Dillon, former CMD Power Finance Corporation. Mr. Sumant Sinha, Chairperson GWEC India and founder, CEO of Chairman of Renew. Mr. Alex Campbell, Head of Policy and Research at the International Hydropower Association. Ms. Paola Pino, she's the Director of Just Transition Consumers, Energy Efficiency and Innovation at the European Commission. And finally, Mr. Carlos Toro Ortiz, he's the Head of Energy Planning and Innovations at the Ministry of Energy, Government of Chile. Please do join us on stage. I do believe Sumant is just a few minutes late. So let's kick it off. I understand, Nawal, that you will have to go back to the G20 negotiations. So good luck with that, first of all. We look forward to the outcome of those negotiations. But the first question to you, I mean, from your perspective, or your country's perspective, how do you see the importance of a global renewables target? And also from a national perspective. And before I pass to you, I'd like to give a huge thank you to the UAE for hosting the COP28 presidency in Dubai. We really look forward to working with you and your ministry in that event. So please, Nawal.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Hello, everyone. So basically, when it's come to global targets, it's very important to have a global target because this will help us to achieve our climate action goals, as well as it will help us to achieve our targets when it's come to Paris Agreement as well. So definitely, if we have a national target, first of all, we have to have a national target, then built on it to have the global target. So for UAE, we already have tripled our renewable energy in the updated energy strategy that we launched only early this month. And we have also dedicated $54 billion to be spent and invested by 2030 to achieve those tripling the renewable energy, which is about 14 gigawatt by 2030. So definitely, when it's come to global targets, it is a collective effort. So it is not only one country should only pledge or do its best. It is all of us should collaborate together to achieve this global target and to achieve the climate change issues and also the effect of it in vulnerable countries. So this is from my side. Also, I think it is very important to shed light on the international collaboration. Without international collaboration, we will not achieve the goals, and this is a very important pillar for us as a country, as a UAE, and we are working a lot with the different bilateral countries, leading countries, as well as multilateral organizations such as IRENA, and I would like to extend my gratitude and appreciation for IRENA to lead this effort towards having a global target. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I understand you may need to leave, so please leave whenever you feel necessary. But I'm going to pass on to the other country representatives, so to you, Carlos. And Chile has enormous opportunities in terms of resources. How do you see the global renewables target, and specifically in Chile, how do you see that ambition level in Chile, and how and what are you going to deliver?
Well, first of all, in Chile we are blessed with a lot of resources renewable, but this transition wasn't easy. Just for example, in 2019 we have a 45 coal capacity installed, but now we are only have 23%. That is considering a lot of changes between a couple of years. But the ambition is ending there. Basically, we are trying to reach 80% by 2030. That is a big change that we are not afraid to accomplish it. Even at 2050, we have some commitments on 100%, or even further, because we are trying to produce also green hydrogen. So probably we'll get above that in several numbers of. And there is a lot of doubts about renewable that I want to speak about. Even, for example, even in Chile, they are trying to see to have a huge percentage of renewable operated on the system. Maybe it can have root forming or another kind of technologies that can make this safer for everyone. So we are not afraid to have 100% even sooner, because we also have a phasing out commitment that we will be without any coal by 2040. So green renewables is something that we are dealing with. We are the only country. There is a lot of them that have 100%, and we will continue with that.
Yeah. Please, Nabel.
Thank you, Carlos. You remind me with one important thing. For UAE, we eliminate the coal percentage. We remove. Basically, we have 12% by 2050 from clean coal. However, in the new update, we remove this. We have 0% from coal. So no more coal for us, and this is to increase our ambition, and also to show that we are really committed towards a greener future. Thank you.
Thank you. You can only be applauded for that. Zero coal is an important first step. Carlos, back to you. It's well, fascinating to hear that there are still some, let's say, concerns about renewables, and I really like the way you're trying to overcome that. And I mean, we as the Global Renewables Alliance, as you can imagine, have the view that multi-technology approach can solve those concerns. And in Chile, I mean, you said about innovation, but could you talk a bit about maybe some of the technologies, long-duration energy storage, or the other firm power that you have, and some of maybe the policies and legislation specifically that are addressing some of those concerns?
That's a pretty interesting point. What I mentioned that is it is policy, but policy can stay only in governments. Can change when they change the head of the government. But we have a law. There is no way you cannot achieve that. So there is a law that is commitment with the carbon neutrality for 2050. So of course, in 2019, when we made this agreement for the phasing out together with the companies, we start working with all these new options and tools to really achieve this. But now with this law that's come out just last year, we are running out, and it's not just the energy sector, it is agriculture, mining, and finance. Everyone is trying because it's law, basically. There is no point that we are not thinking that achieving these goals. And of course, this policy has to work together with the companies, trying to find out in different steps. You have to take measures in short term, medium term, long term, just trying to, Chile is pretty long and narrow. So there is a lot of challenge that you have to find out. We have CSP available, one of the clearest skies in the world. So CSP is something that we are looking for pretty clear. So really define how making finance efficient. For example, we have hydro pumping in the north also. In the south, we have hydro dams that can support this renewable transition also. But what can I say? These commitments for us is something that we are going to achieve hopefully sooner than later. And we are, the thing that is more important for us is the way you do it, for example, because the location where it is in scale capacity that as a country we need is to be in an energy transition that is just also. So as a government, as a state, we are trying to define that this investment is placed on with environmental reduction impacts and social reduction impacts that not just is good for the people that live in these places, it's also good for business because you are trying to make this investment to make no problems, and basically at the end of the day what we need is to have electricity for all that is have quality and secure attributes for everyone. So there is a long way, there is a lot of things that we are moving right now, and all technologies are welcome, especially that we are focusing us right now is how to improve a transmission system and storage, basically, together with all the technologies that we have available.
Absolutely. And I love your statement about you will achieve it sooner rather than later. I mean, that level of optimism is fantastic. What I also like is your comments about the just and equitable transition. So at Global Renewables Alliance, we have 4 work streams. One is about bringing demand through corporate sourcing. The second is on permitting to get renewables built. The third is on grids and infrastructure to get it connected. And the final is on just and equitable transition. So when we build out renewables at scale, it's done responsibly, ethically, and so on, and benefits the community. So thank you. What I also like to point out is the 2 countries coming from very different perspectives, different geographies, different resources, and both with a similar level of optimism about unleashing renewables. Thank you so much for your leadership and vision in that space. Before we move on the policy and country angle, I want to go to you, Paola, and the European Commission. And you've publicly stated, recently quite some ambition on renewables, clearly within Europe, but also globally. I mean, what's your view on the global renewables target and ambition? What role can the European Commission play? And any other details you could give us. Please, Paola.
Thank you, Bruce. Really nice to be here. And I would just like us to stop for a second. We are here discussing setting a global target on renewables and energy efficiency. I mean, this is amazing. It's amazing. I've been working on energy for many years, and this is an incredible moment. The very simple fact that we're discussing it, and that as we are sitting here, our colleagues in the G20 are actually considering this and trying to agree on language on it. It is very exciting. It is very exciting because the fact of the matter is that we do not have international targets which allow us to really move on the energy transition. We have some soft targets in the Sustainable Development Goals which need to be updated. So the very simple fact that we're having this discussion here today is in itself already a breakthrough. So I think we're already on the winning side, and I really look forward to seeing what will come out in the communiqué from the G20. And of course, from the Commission perspective, from the European Commission perspective, we'd very much like to see as agreeing on tripling the global capacity of renewables. And because a target, an international target on renewables cannot be seen alone, it needs, if we want to really seize the fullest potential of renewable energy, then we need to link it with energy efficiency. And that's why we would like to also see as doubling the rate of energy efficiency improvements in this decade compared to the previous decade. That would be amazing, as at the same time we are phasing down the use of fossil fuels. That's really the vision, the aim that we should be all looking and working towards. In the European Union, we've come also a long way, and we had for 2020, we had targets of about 20% of renewables in the final energy consumption. As we go towards 2030, originally we were thinking of 40%, which is again a huge increase. But as we were faced with a huge challenge last year following the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, where we saw that a big chunk of our gas volumes were at the threat, it was understood by everyone, by all countries within the European Union, that actually even the 40% is not enough, and that we have to increase that ambition. And I'm pleased to say that all the 27 member states have actually agreed on a target of 42.5% of final energy consumption coming from renewables by 2030. It is massive, but we've also shown within last year that we could break records in terms of the penetration of renewables in the final energy consumption. We had, for instance, for the first time, we had electricity being produced more from renewable energy sources than from fossil fuels. This was historical, and we had never had this situation. Now, targets is not it's an essential thing, but then we need to complement it with the policies, with the measures, and with the respective monitoring, and that's why it's an incredibly important work stream within the EU, but as said, we do combine it with energy efficiency, where we also have targets, and it's part of the overall decarbonization of the energy system, where we are aiming at reducing by 55% the greenhouse gas emissions by 2030.
Thank you so much for your vision and leadership in Europe. And you touched on the scale of what we're talking about here and your excitement. I also feel that in terms of the ambition that we're facing now, and I'd say going back to the sooner rather than later, we're actually, seeing now ahead of the curve opportunities that we can deliver. So when I started in renewables 25 years ago, there was something like 10 gigawatts of installed capacity of renewables globally. I'm talking wind and solar. And currently, we are now celebrating 1,000 gigawatts of wind installed, over 1,000 gigawatts of solar, and also the same for hydro, something north of 3,000. So, but we're discussing in this global renewables target something that could be over 10,000 gigawatts. So it's a huge increase, and that ambition level really is so welcome at this time of urgency, as noted by Simon earlier. In terms of your comment about targets are not enough, of course we fully support that. What we've seen in Europe is, your ambitious targets in Europe have really given the industry confidence, so investor confidence and a signal that that's going to happen. More importantly is the enablers and the actions that are taken. Could you just mention a couple of things in Europe, highlight that some of the policies that are put in place, and the recent, the Renewables Energy Directive, the market design reform. There's so much legislation I could point to in Europe that is assisting the acceleration of renewables.
Yes, because if we really want to accelerate the deployment of renewables at this pace, we really cannot underestimate what is needed therefore. For instance, infrastructure, right? We really need the grids, we need the infrastructure. It's about new infrastructure, it's about new grids, but it's also about optimization of the existing grid. It's about digitalization of the grid precisely in order to be able to optimize it. So that's clearly something on which we have to put also a lot of efforts. And then of course in the European Union, it's 27 member states which need to be connected with each other, which are connected, but it's also very interesting hearing here, for instance, the situation in India, where it is one country, but with many regions, which also need to be interconnected. And within the EU, we have the different member states where even within the countries, the connection, the grids is absolutely essential. Then the permitting, we know it's one of the bottlenecks. Because we may have, again, very ambitious targets, but if then you do not have the necessary permitting, the licenses, to actually advance with your projects, be it wind onshore, offshore, solar, then again you're lagging behind, and you cannot meet the pace which is requested by these ambitious targets. And we also need, and it's been mentioned before, the skills. And again, the skills is something on which we can and should be work internationally, because these are common skills which will be required across the globe, and where we need to put our efforts together in really making sure that we will have the workforce, the capacities, the skills to deploy the renewable technologies and everything which comes with it. Just to name a few of the enablers that we need.
And to add to that is I'd like to congratulate the European Commission on the speed and efficacy that you reacted to the energy crisis in terms of implementing some emergency measures. So energy reduction, both power and gas, but also the implementation of accelerated energy efficiency measures and also the push on renewables had a huge effect, and I think it shows that it can be done. Okay, that was under some pressure to move away from fossil fuels and reduce demand, but that, and combined with the push, the large target for renewables, has really had a huge effect, and we thank you for that. So before we move on to the technologies, we're going to come to finance, and Ravinder, you represent the Power Finance Corporation in India. From your perspective, and for financing, what does the global renewables target mean? And in India specifically, what can finance do to really accelerate renewable deployment?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Worldwide, I think the energy consumption, the renewable share in energy consumption is 17 to 18%. And the quantum of finances which is required for energy transition to make it to maybe 80%, 77, 80%, which was indicated, it will require investment of around 130 trillion US dollars. So this is a very large investment which is required. And within India also, the requirement which has been projected is around 12 to 17 US trillion dollars for energy transition. And India is a growing country, and we have seen that universal access has been given to the citizens of India. And when they are using a light point and a fan point, they will like to use more of electricity. So we see that the per capita consumption in India is only 1/3 of that of the world. And in the next, by 2030, we have to add a power system which is equivalent to European Union. So it is very large task which we have to carry out. And the investment which is required, as I had indicated, 12 to 17 trillion dollars. So that is almost 6 to 7 times the average GDP of India. So this is the quantum of funds which are required. But we have seen that India has already energy consumption share, renewable share in energy consumption is 27%. So we are ahead of European Union also. And when we see the target, ambitious target, by 2050, we want to reach around 50% should be from renewable energy. So this is a large amount of capacity addition will be required. 500 gigawatt is by 2030 we have to install that. And we have seen that in India, the solar PV and wind has become very mature technologies. And the funding is no problem getting funding for these. And the manufacturing is also increasing in India for solar PV and wind also. And the new technologies we have to support, like offshore wind, green hydrogen, and battery storage, which is also required. As we see more of renewables coming in, the grid instability, stability issues are there. And how to address that, we have seen that some sort of storage is required. Pump storage schemes are there, where we have seen that off-river pump storage schemes are also coming up. And battery storage, as we see, the costs are coming down, and ultimately when you get pump storage scheme and a lower cost batteries, then slowly the thermal will also be offset. So this is the perspective. And the new technologies, I think that the funding for the new technologies, initially we can have some support from the government, the public money and the philanthropic money can come, and then slowly we have to see that the technologies are viable, and crowd in private sector funding will also be required. In that, I think UK has a where DFI has been created for climate change, and they have an ambition of funding almost 22 billion pounds, and out of that they have already funded around 600 million, and the crowd-in of the private investment is 4.2, so that is 7 times. So in India it is only 1.2 times, and we see that it should be scaled up to maybe 10 times the private sector funding will be required. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravinder, and congratulations to the Government of India and your work within that on building ambitious renewables targets and delivering on them. We also welcome the friendly competition between India and the European Commission on target setting and achievements.
So these mature technologies, we have taken a lot of policy initiatives, and which we have seen that a must-run status is given to the renewables, and then renewable purchase obligations from the DISCOM side is there, and then we have given that transmission charges are not levied to the renewable energy. So these sorts of initiatives which can be replicated in other countries to foster, to make it the transition. So this can be a case study for other countries to follow.
Absolutely. We already used the best practice and case studies from India, but also from Europe in many of our discussions in other markets to help them accelerate and learn lessons from those more mature renewable markets. I'd really like to comment about the urgent and important need for public and private finance to work together to accelerate. This is a huge ambition, and not just on renewables, but also investment in transmission. And we're going to move to the technologies now. We're going to do solar, hydro, and then come to wind. And from your perspectives, from a technology perspective, what is it that the global renewables target could give you? And again, going to what Paula said, targets are not enough. We need action, enablers to get it done. Subbu, first to you on solar. What's your perspective?
Thanks, Bruce. And like you mentioned, I'm here on behalf of both the Global Solar Council and NSCFI. My good friend Matteo is unable to make it today. But when you look at last year, when we've installed around 300 gigawatt odd of renewables, around 66% of that came from solar. If things go right, this year we're going to cross the 360 gigawatt mark of installed solar capacity. That means literally we're going to have 1 gigawatt for breakfast for solar every day in 2023. The necessity for global renewables target is not only to bring accountability on a global scale, while of course countries do have ambitious and pragmatic goals to realize on their own, but I think there, and even in the sidelines of CEM yesterday and G20, one thing is very resoundingly clear, that there is a coherence on the attitude towards renewables. So the global renewables target is just taking this coherence onto an action level. Today, if you look at it, solar industry is ready to accelerate the installations. Like we celebrated 1 terawatt early last year, and as part of Global Solar Council and GRA, the idea is to advocate for installing at least 1.5 terawatt. It's 1,500 gigawatt of solar every year in the run-up to 2030, and it was very heartening to see some of the initial discussions of G20 also resonate with this. The second aspect that we are looking at is today most of the countries have also understood how to develop an appetite for solar. Looking at it from a utility scale, for some countries it works. The distributed scale of it and coupling with storage is something that has also found its way towards application-oriented aspects of solar. So that is the second aspect we are looking at it. Third, of course, when you talk about decarbonization or a global target, mobility is an integral part of it, and that is something that solar is also ready and well poised to address. Last point that I would also like to specially mention is that when we just came back from Munich, where Global Solar Council and Solar Power Europe and all, we've launched the Global Market Outlook. The Outlook's correction is getting revised on an annual basis. what we predicted that the annual capacity year-on-year addition is going to be for 2023, 4 years back, is different than what it is. So we need to match the targets and the ambitions with the growing, accelerated pace of renewables, especially solar. There is no doubt, and all of us can agree, that solar is going to play a very important role in the energy transition story, not just in Indian subcontinent, not just in EU, across the world. And we believe that the global target with including key technologies like solar and wind is going to take us in a better and a faster path to fight climate change.
Thanks, Subbu, and thanks for your leadership within the Global Solar Council. You said, solar will play a key role in the energy transition. I think we can say it is playing a key role already. And that's one of the things I'd like to dive into. I mean, the scale of build-out of solar is just incredibly impressive, and it's almost like a luxury problem now about how much solar is coming on. Could you talk a bit about the specifics in terms of the sector breakdown, in terms of decentralized, because the unique aspect of solar is, it can be from the smallest possible scale to gigawatt industrial ground mount. What is the split in terms of installations today and going forward, and how does that influence the national and global targets?
I mean, Bruce, that's a very interesting question. And in fact, when you look at the trajectory of last 20 years of solar history, we have added more in the last 5 years than we did in the 15 years all put together. The major credit on this will, of course, go to utility scale in some parts of the world, and in countries like Germany or Australia, the distributed, especially the rooftop, has taken over. I think we need a very healthy mix of both when you look at a global level of target. Like you said, the virtue of solar energy is you can produce where you're consuming it. Coupled with storage, you're going to have a very sweet spot of offering which can take us closer to the target. And the second aspect of the utility scale is, of course, we have seen a huge economics of scale play an important role by the way the prices have been playing out on a global scale. We are also looking at evacuation, the transmission also as an important aspect, as we always believe there is no transition without transmission. So I think it is imperative to have a very healthy mix of both a utility scale ground mounted solar along with the distributed scale. But there's also one more aspect that we often overlook, is on the application oriented distributed renewable energy, primarily being driven by solar. When you look at the context of developing nations and small island countries, an impact of application-oriented solar like solar power cold storage, which can be used for crop-related aspects of primary healthcare centers, solar-powered microgrids, solar-powered dryers, these can play an integral role not only in our fight against climate change, but in also bringing up an ecosystem around renewables, which will make it harder to exist without the existence of solar renewables. So I think if you ask me, it's 40% on a rough estimate, but I'm sure we have to sit together and agree on a figure. But I would like to also end with one sort of input that while we are looking for a global target, I think all of us agree that there is no one solution that fits all parts of the region. Like, for example, in India, 78.5% of our installed capacity comes from utility scale. In Germany, that's the other way around. It comes from rooftop. So I think while we make goals and targets on the global level, we should also keep the realities of individual nations and regions in mind when we make it.
Absolutely, totally agree. Before we move to wind, Nawal, you had a comment. Please, go ahead. You have to go. Okay, please, excuse me. Thank you so much for being here. Please give Nawal a big round of applause. Thank you. And as I say, we wish you luck in the negotiations. So Sumant, to wind, and you know, the solar success has been mirrored by wind success, and we hope so in the future. Just a few weeks ago, we celebrated the 1 terawatt of installed capacity globally in London together. From your perspective, what are the challenges, opportunities for wind globally going forward, and what does the renewables target mean for the industry?
Yeah, thank you, Bruce. Look, I think that as we think about the whole rollout of renewables, given all the stiff targets that we have to decarbonize our electricity sector and our energy systems more generally, I think solar and wind both have a very, very critical role to play in helping us achieve that. And they both in some ways therefore have to go hand in hand. And the reason they have to go hand in hand is really because, for grid management, clearly you need more, power available throughout the course of the 24 hours. And we know that solar provides power in the middle of the day very cheaply and does meet the peaking requirement in the middle of the day, but does not meet the peaking requirements at other points of time. And until battery solutions become cheaper than they are today, therefore we need the other source of energy to come in as well. And so therefore wind has an incredibly important role to play from a grid management standpoint. So that's one. The second thing is, of course, in certain geographies, wind is just cheaper than solar, unlike in India, where solar is much cheaper than wind. And we tend to, at least in India, tend to always make that assumption. But that's not always true for other countries. And so therefore, I think that clearly wind has to play its own role. And as we look at scaling up all renewables 3 or 4x over the next 5 or 7 years, the same has to happen to wind as well. The industry has been around a little bit longer than the solar industry has. So it's a little bit more mature. But at the same time, the steepness of the cost reduction curve has not been as steep as for solar. And as you look forward into the future, chances are that wind cost reductions will not continue to happen as they might in solar because of technology evolution. And so therefore, that issue of cost of wind in comparison to solar will always be there to some extent. Now, having said that, wind has to scale up 3-4x. We're adding about maybe 250 gigawatts of wind or thereabouts every year. So how do we get that to 1 terawatt a year really is the question. And frankly, there are a lot of fundamental issues there, unfortunately, as we are all aware. One is the whole issue of permitting. Unlike solar, where you can get large tracts of solar land, especially in India in barren areas, or in other countries in areas where maybe habitation is less. In wind, a lot of the, at least in India, again, a lot of the locations are places where you already have cultivation, farming, habitation, etc. And you need small footprints of land across a huge geography. And getting those pieces of land is not easy because every little piece of land then ends up being its own little battlefield because then you have to get the road and then you have, and these are not small roads. They are roads where you have to take 150, 160 meter high, tower assemblies and blades which are 70, 80 meters long. So there's a certain physicality to execution which is not there in the case of solar. And so you need to build these roads, and these roads therefore have to go through all these little winding farms, and you need right-of-way through all those farms. And then 33 kV lines have to also find their way through different mechanisms. So execution of wind is unfortunately somewhat difficult, more difficult than solar. So scaling it up is going to be somewhat harder. Solar has different challenges around supply chain issues, which wind does not have. It's a little bit more distributed globally. So it's not to say that solar doesn't have challenges, but the challenges are different. So in the case of wind, you have this whole issue of land acquisition, permitting, interconnect issues, and so on. So those are things that unless those are addressed, I don't see how we're going to get this 3x or 4x. And then, of course, we need the equipment side to scale up dramatically as well, which today is not happening. Because if you look at, and the fundamental problem is that if you look at valuations, despite this big scale-up that is supposed to happen, and therefore all companies in the sector should be trading at phenomenal multiples, given all the growth inherent in the system, they are not. And so therefore the market is not really rewarding companies for the future growth. And therefore, because they're not trading at great levels, therefore their valuation is not high, and therefore their ability to raise capital is not really very good. And therefore their ability to invest in new capacities is not good. And so that's also a limiting factor to some extent. So I think these are real problems and issues that we have to deal with. If you look at offshore wind, which is a promising area, it's obviously more expensive in most countries. The ability to execute offshore wind is constrained because there just isn't that much capacity of ships and trained people out there. So again, scaling it up 3-4x is also not going to be straightforward. So I'm giving you a bit of a pessimistic view here, of course, but I think we need to solve all these problems because we know that the whole issue of climate change needs to be addressed. Wind has to play an integral role in that, and we have to find ways of scaling up all of this several times compared to what we're doing. But these are real issues that we have to deal with, and I don't see, given where markets are right now, that we're going to be able to solve these problems in a hurry. And therefore, I'm somewhat pessimistic about the 3 or 4x scale-up that we require. And so, very often when we sit in discussions and have all these conversations about the fact that we need to do this and we need to do that, unfortunately it comes up against these very practical realities which people don't fully appreciate. At least people who are talking about setting these targets don't appreciate the real practical problems that companies like us face at the ground level, which have to be solved. And we have to therefore move from the point of setting targets to the point of solving the constraining the bottlenecks. And that is something that is not happening adequately. And that is really where countries now need to start really thinking a lot more seriously. And unless we do that, I doubt that we're going to be able to achieve these targets. And look, we'll keep growing at 20-30% a year, which is not bad by itself, right? But it's not going to be the 3 or 4x that we need in 5 or 7 years. And inherently, in some ways, the markets are also reflecting that, which is why we're not trading at 20, 25 times EV/EBITDA multiples any longer. Most companies.
Yeah. No, that's great, and we need that pragmatic, real-world view of the challenges we face. We need wind, and we need a lot of wind to complement solar, but really to get us where we need to be. And so your comments about, having a sustainable industry as well as sustainable energy, profit is not necessarily a dirty word. We need to be able to reward companies adequately for the work they're doing and for the value of the energy they're putting on the system. Small advert, there is a session, a side event organized by the Global Wind Energy Council this afternoon specifically on offshore wind, so please do look out for that. We're going to move on to, last but not least, and a key player, quite almost like the unsung hero of renewables, is hydro. And Alex, we do need firm, flexible, clean capacity. You've been in the business for hundreds of years, I'd say, on the hydro side, not you personally, obviously. But the hydro power. Tell us a little bit about that story, where we are today, and where do you think we're going in the future in the context of this ambitious renewables target. Thank you.
Happy to. Thanks, Bruce. So, as you alluded to, hydropower is a very well-established technology. It's something like 15% of the world's electricity today comes from hydropower. We have an installed capacity of 1,400 gigawatts, 1.4 terawatts. Of that, about 175 gigawatts is pumped storage hydropower, which we've already heard referred to. It plays a really important role on electricity grids. And as Nick's analysis from IRENA shows, it probably needs to double by 2050. And the reason it needs to double is precisely because of that flexibility. It really is a technology that can deliver when the sun isn't shining and the wind isn't blowing, which isn't most of the time, but of course it will be some of the time. It isn't the only technology that does that, but it's a really important player today and will continue to be so in the future. Indeed, those countries which are close to 100% renewables grids at the moment, so the Norways, Costa Rica, Paraguay, Tajikistan, countries like this, hydropower really is the backbone of their grids right now. But how do we get there? That is perhaps one of the challenges. Now, with doubling, it's not quite the same ambitious targets that we have for wind and solar. And the good news is that we can hit those numbers. We've done those numbers in the past. Hydropower peaked in the 2010s. I think the peak year was 46 gigawatts back in 2012, 2013 of new capacity in 1 year. Just last year, we added 32 gigawatts. That's the First time since the 2010s that we've added more than 30 gigawatts in 1 year. So it shows it can be done. We can be on that pathway. The technical capacity is there. The remaining potential is still there. And when you take into account off-river pump storage, as we heard about earlier, the potential is not quite limitless, but there is, thousands of terawatt hours of potential storage capacity out there. Are we going to get there, though? There are a number of blockers, and when we look at the pipeline, there's not nearly enough coming through in the pipeline that we've seen to get to the sort of numbers that for 2050 that IRENA and the IEA and so on are saying. And the problems, I mean, there are many, but there are some that are common with other renewables. So we heard about permitting earlier. That is a real challenge for hydropower, for wind as well, as we heard about. We don't say that you should get rid of tough environmental consenting. It's really, really important. But we think you should take a look at the COVID vaccine process, for example, where everything was accelerated. There weren't shortcuts, but processes previously were done sequentially, were done in parallel. More people were employed to look at the important processes that took place. Surely with the climate emergency, we can take the same sort of approach with planning and permitting. One that's slightly more unique to hydropower, certainly compared to wind and solar, is the market design. If we want to incentivize developers to build technologies, not just hydropower, there are others as well, that provides that level of system flexibility, you need to have a market design that rewards that doesn't just pay for as much electricity to be produced as possible. So that's things like contracts for difference and feed-in tariffs, which have been extremely successful at deploying wind and solar around the world. For something like hydropower or other forms of energy storage, you need a slightly more sophisticated model. And it's really important for countries to learn from one another to see which really incentivizes the best behavior on grids and therefore brings in that private money that we know is out there. It sounds like huge amounts, but we know there's lots of money desperate to get into investing in the energy transition. The last point I wanted to make, touching on things like the just transition, is sustainability in the more conventional sense, not business sustainability, but environmental and social sustainability. The hydropower sector has learned through bitter experience that you have to take this incredibly seriously. You can lose all your community buy-in if you don't do sustainability properly. The hydropower sector has an independently governed hydropower sustainability guarantee, which you can sign up to and take part in and be assessed against. And we would strongly encourage all other sectors to take part in that, to develop their own standards and mechanisms as necessary to make sure that we have that community buy-in in the future.
Thank you so much, Alex. We look forward to learning a lot of the experiences that you've been through to accelerate the other technologies. In the interest of time, we do need to move on to the closing remarks from the chair of the Global Renewables Alliance. Before I do so, are there any last comments from the panel before we close? Carlos, please. I won't do a full line of wrap-up comments, but if you've got a short comment, please.
No, just perfect. Just to clarify a little is that I understand what all the concerns about the renewable and allocations. It's something that we live in the energy sector for a long time, isn't it? And I think the key that is the communication between the privates and the government. So there is a point where we work together to find out how to solve that kind of problems. Location is key in this state. Energy transition is key to be just on these kind of new installations, new infrastructure from the energy is key, also transmission. But of course, you as a state can take a responsibility of it. It can just not clarify these kind of impacts, this kind of not just social, environmental, or related with climate change. You can even tourism is also something that can impact the installation of the renewables. But there is a lot of things that you can work together and find out. For example, every country has their own conditions, but what we are trying to do that is just to provide the information to the private sector that there is some locations that have this kind of constraint that we are not denying the investment there, but we are trying to inform you, to give you the information so your investment can be pretty much safer with these conditions. And in that case, we are providing a lot of another topics that can clarify, that provide, essentially this is, don't stop the coordination between the government and private companies. We have to work together because this kind of target, this kind of goal, it has a bigger view. They are working right now not just for, we are working right now for our business, for our country, for our children, and of course we are working for all of us. And that is important not to forget, and do not start communicating to each other, because of course there are going to be problems, but everything can be solved through communication. That is a big point.
Thank you, Carlos. Collaboration and working together. I mean, the strapline of GRA is together for a cleaner future.
Absolutely.
We look forward to working with you all on that. Thanks again to the Global Solar Council and IRENA for organizing and co-organizing. Really appreciate your support on that. We're going to close with some closing remarks from Julia Sauder, the chair of the Global Renewables Alliance and also the CEO of Long Duration Energy Storage, a critical technology in getting us where we want to go. But first, I'd like to thank the panelists. Please, you're welcome to step off the stage, but a huge round of applause for their involvement, please. Thank you, Julie. Over to you.
Thank you, Bruce. Hello, everyone. What a great panel. Thank you all again so very much. You can hear the excitement about how much of a breakthrough we are working on right now with even discussing a global renewable energies target. So it is my honor as chair of the Global Renewables Alliance, representing the collective voices of solar, wind, hydropower, geothermal, green hydrogen, and long-duration energy storage council and storage technologies. So thank you again to the Clean Energy Ministerial and Mission Innovation for supporting this important discussion on setting a global renewable energy target. And thank you again to the panel for the leadership to really push this forward. We've heard from the COP presidency on the urgency to take collective action and weave together the finance, the policy, and partnerships. We heard from IRENA and how they reiterated the scale of renewable energy that is needed and the partnership with green hydrogen and storage, 11 terawatts by 2030. They've been releasing reports on the 1.5 degrees Celsius pathways and really providing a ton of information for countries to really feel empowered to move forward. And the Global Renewables Alliance is thrilled to have this partnership and be part of a Global Renewables Pavilion at COP28. We heard from the UAE on 100% removal of coal and a collective action to focus on international targets, but also support country targets and their goal of 14 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030. We heard from Chile on the importance of public and private partnerships and their goal of 80% renewable energy by 2030. Their strength in policy pushes a collective push towards building diversity of really building renewable energy projects. We heard from the Energy Commission about the amazing discussion happening now and in parallel rooms at the G20. Unprecedented, discussing a global renewable energy target. It is truly exciting and exhilarating. And we're also looking at how we continue every year to break records. And we really are building on the breaking the records momentum, but also working on the existing infrastructure, improving optimization and digitalization. We heard from India on the quantum funds that are required to invest in finance and support the ambitions of the clean energy transition. India is leading a huge discussion of 500 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030. That is massive, but we know they can do it. And they're going to show us by their implementing policies and the partnerships with one grid, one country, one solar perspective that this is doable. We heard from the different industry organizations about the critical role of solar, wind, and hydropower, and again, the weaving together of partnerships. I loved hearing having 1 gigawatt of solar for breakfast every day. I thought that was great. And look forward to, again, really finding this to be what our daily lives entail. We have an important role with the markets and how we have solar and storage partnerships continue to grow and be creative in innovative ways. We heard from wind on the hand-in-hand agreements that have to be addressed to address continual barriers in permitting, grid management, partnerships, and how we need to continue to push to deploy and speed up scale. Again, 11 terawatts of renewable energy by 2030 sounds big, but it's doable. And we heard from hydropower on their experience over a century of being the backbone of the renewable energy transition and pushing forward on shared innovations and lessons learned. And again, how to build partnerships to continue to push forward on deployment. So in conclusion, I want to thank Bruce and the GRA team, our partners are IRENA, Solar, Wind Council, and the Indian government on really creating such a supportive dialogue and partnerships. Again, thank you to all of you for pushing forward on collected voices, because we are all working towards this goal. To really have a global target, a renewables energy target, is unprecedented, but something that we must have as we move forward to meet our 1.5 degrees Celsius goals. So thank you for all of your leadership, and we look forward to hearing from the G20 today on how they're addressing the urgency and creating an inclusive clean energy transition that includes a global renewable energy target. So thank you all very much. Thank you for your participation, and we look forward to working with all of you. Have a great day.
EU framework for minimum wages, as well as fair, green and digital transition aspects. She is also in charge of the support to Greece and Cyprus, notably through the European Social Fund, and was responsible for social dialogue for 6 years. Dr. Barbara Kaufman studied economics at the University of Heidelberg and at the University of Florida, from where she did her PhD. After working at the Kiel Institute of World Economics and the German Ministry of Finance, she joined the Commission as DG for Economic and Financial Affairs, where she was notably responsible for the country and fiscal surveillance until she joined DG Employment. Dr. Barbara Kaufman, a huge round of applause for you, and we'd really like to welcome you on stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Apichama, and also, let's say, to our Indian hosts more generally for hosting this event and giving us the space to discuss skills, and of course also for this very long introduction. It reminds me of quite a few interesting things I've done over time, and I think it's really a great opportunity that we have the pleasure to talk about skills today, just because it's such an important element in today's discussion about the green energy transition. I would say even more broadly, coming from Europe, I can say we're even going to miss soon 20 million people who are basically going on retirement, and at the same time we're facing new jobs, new green and digital jobs, and there's really a big question about, we call it often skills is the topic, and we even have the European Year of Skills in this year. So I think when we hear all these wonderful, important initiatives that are going on the technological side, we must not forget, in the end, we have to have the right people with the right skills, and if we don't have that, then all these, this wonderful acceleration of the renewables, the acceleration of the efficiency will not happen, because we have stumbling blocks, and that's the skills. So that's why I think the topic is so important at a moment where we're talking about urgency, about 1.5 becoming 2.8 and higher if we don't watch it, in terms of temperature, where we see the heat waves and all the fires and whatever is happening. So I think all this fits very well, and the skills is a central part in order to make sure that we have the workforce, as I just said. Now, I will say a few more words about skills and what we also do at the Commission, but before doing so, I have the pleasure to give you some more background about the Empowering People initiative. The lead on that is Annette Hollister, who sits over there. Yesterday she made already an introduction in the plenum about this initiative, and it's an initiative that Canada, the US, and the European Commission launched in Chile in 2021 with the aim to highlight critical economic, socio-economic elements of the energy transition, which we felt was often a bit absent and really need their place, not just because of the skills element, but all the fairness elements that has to come with a green transition. And now, basically, the main goals are to support just energy transitions by empowering people, advancing skills, inclusivity in workforce development in the transition, and that is to help ensure that the clean energy transition is inclusive overall and leaves no one behind. The second aim is to mainstream employment, skills, and social aspects of the energy transition across all the CEM work streams, so that greater emphasis is put on the human aspects of the shift to low carbon economy, and to translate that into reality, we need, of course, partners, and so the API initiative happens in cooperation with governments, international organizations, such as the IEA or ILO or SDG7 Youth Constituency, the World Bank, recently also IRENA, and Climate Works Foundation that has joined us, and we are very happy to also have a representative in the meeting today, in the panel today, as well as also the LinkedIn that has joined the initiative. So I already mentioned the main goals. So then also let me say a few words about the main areas and deliverables that this initiative has, and you can find all that also on the website, of course. So the first one is skills, intelligence, and development, where we're working to gain a better understanding of labor market trends and the skills and training requirements that are needed to support a clean energy future. I think it's something we hear very often. Yes, we know we need skills, but what exactly and by when? And so this work stream tries to further this information and basically helps us to counter these labor and skills shortages, and especially in the key sectors of the clean energy transition. Then also the initiative contributes to policy planning and implementation for an inclusive green workforce and economy. We are taking action to facilitate labor market transitions through adequate enabling policies that promote a diverse and inclusive energy sector workforce. It includes, for instance, also tackling skills gap of underrepresented groups. So looking to make sure that women, young people, workers with migrant background who are underrepresented today are brought into the workforce. And then a third work strand is also identifying and sharing best practices of inclusive workforce development for local, regional, and national governments and employment services. There's recently an IEA report that has come out with the support of AP on skills development and inclusivity for clean energy transitions. And here you can see very concrete practices, best practices that then can be also used by others. Of course, we also know that actually a lot of governments and authorities also have skills needs. It's not only about them getting the other part of the workforce trained, but we see that the skills needs, I mean, I don't have the numbers right now, but it's also pretty shocking in Europe, I have to say. They can then cause problems in the rollout of the green transition when you need the workforce to give faster permissions, to support the right measures to support workers and households in the transition. So that is also a major concern where we like to be of help. And then more generally, I can say that EP promotes a cross-sector collaboration and whole-of-society approach to the energy transition. There was recently a project called Integrated Policymaking and Empowering Communications for the Clean Energy Economy and Workforce that was, again, also launched under this EP work program and brings together 500 stakeholders, including many representatives from the global south, representing 100 countries. More than 100 countries, I have to say. So there is a lot going on. I hope that those who have not joined yet are getting interested. There have been recently 4 live interactive solution summits and there's a compendium of resources, a toolkit for policymakers, and so on. You will find it on the internet. So I promised I would also say still a few words about skills, also from the European Commission perspective. So let me do that now. I mean, first of all, I mentioned the acceleration of the rollout. You probably know we have our European Green Deal launched in 2019, and recently we have significantly accelerated, for instance, the target for renewable energy. Instead of 21.8, we are now aiming to double it to 45% by 2030, working really hard on that. We're also estimating that 3.5 million jobs will be created to fulfill this target, and obviously, this requires a lot of retraining and upskilling of workers in the manufacturing sector, of strategic net zero technology areas, and well, we think that it could easily amount like to 4 billion euros by 2030. So also, as already mentioned, we have broader problems in terms of labor and skills shortages that are accelerating as we go on. We see them in the renewable energy, in the construction sector, because we are also doing, of course, the renovation elements. And then if you look at the vacancy ratios, they have doubled in the EU. In some countries, they reached 7%, for instance, in Germany. And there's a real need to move fast, but also with quality in the area of the skills. And of course, in many areas, this is also linked to digital skills and transversal competences, because as you know, the green skills are not such a unified thing when you look a little bit into detail. What we see is that in energy-intensive sectors, only 1 out of 10 workers participate in training. Because we look at some of the statistics, yeah? I mean, overall, we can say in Europe right now, we have maybe 35, 37% of workers in training every year. We have this new target to be at 60% by 2030. Every year, 60% of all the adult population should be in training. But you see, in this very important area, energy intensive, we're only at 1 out of 10. So the challenge is huge, and we need to do everything that we can to beef up our policies. Now, I just wanted to mention a few initiatives that we have. I mean, we have an overall skills agenda, but one of those initiatives under the skills agenda is, for instance, the Pact for Skills, where we get a little bit, let's say, more concrete. I mean, we start at the EU level and say, okay, let's bring together companies, academic institutions, worker organizations, public employment services, and let's see what is really needed in Europe, in what areas, what kind of jobs, by when, and so on. And then this is broken down, and that, I think, makes it more concrete than by areas. By now, we have 18 sectoral large-scale partnerships with these different groups that I mentioned, companies, academic institutions, governments, and so on. And then, for instance, we have a renewable energy pact or offshore renewable pact for skills. And in these pacts, we are then, I'm saying we, I'm not part of it, but the aim is then to identify how these additional jobs that are needed are actually going to be filled or created, how we will find the skilled people to fill these jobs. And this is very concrete in terms of number of people, in terms of money needed, who is going to provide it, in which country, how much, and so on. And I think this more concreteness is very useful, rather than staying at the element and lamenting that there are issues. One really has to get to it. We have also, in the context of the recently launched in March 23 Net Zero Industry Act, now an initiative that aims to further strengthen dedicated skills academies and in key clean tech sectors, such as wind, solar, heat pumps, batteries, and so on. And then also more generally, I think there are some concrete initiatives that aim at strengthening skills intelligence. Actually, each country is asked to strengthen skills intelligence. So we have it at the EU level, but member states are also asked that they need to define what is needed in the future. Just two more initiatives under the skills agenda are, for instance, the establishment of individual learning accounts, that every worker knows that they have certain rights for a certain amount of training every year, and also micro-credential learning, which I think is also very important, not only to count on these longer sprees of training, but be better in the recognition of micro-credentials, because they are also very important, but so far not enough people participate in them, because they are not sure they get recognition in their own country, but also across the EU. So these are some of the initiatives. I can say that we are recommended to member states this year, to all member states, that they need to upgrade the workforce for the green transition. There are similar recommendations exist on the skills agenda. And then not only in the context of the European Year of Skills that I mentioned, but also more broadly. There's substantial money out there for skilling through the different programs that I don't want to mention in detail. Well, at the end it was mentioned that I'm also dealing with the European Social Fund for Greece and Cyprus, so I can see that part of our program goes into skilling the workforce in Greece and Cyprus, and we are also making sure, for instance, when we look at vocational education and training, that the schools cater for labor market needs, that they make sure that the women are as much integrated. It's really funny, if I may just open a parenthesis. This is the first time, the third time that I'm in an event, and each time there were only women. I mean, I was in 2 panels, and this is now the third one. Just to say en passant that a part of the solution to our problems in terms of skills and labor shortages also lies with a better integration of women in the labor market and making sure that young girls already have the STEM elements that they need. So I think I will stop here now and just say that promoting an inclusive skills and workforce development policies and just transition approaches cannot stop at the border, because now I've talked about the EU, but I think it is clear we should work together, promote each other. There's even a certain risk of competition that we take we attract the skilled labor force from each other. This is no go if we want to save the planet. We all have to up and reskill, and we have to all make sure that there's enough labor force worldwide. We are also having these kind of considerations as part of the support we give together with the ILO to the COP negotiations, where we look at, where we have established a Just Transition Pavilion, where we also look at these kind of aspects across the globe and not just for, let's say, the EU concerns. And I think now I'm really happy to go back to hand over to the moderator, and I'm really very much looking forward to this discussion, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Barbara, for bringing in such a important perspective and such great insights of what you have been doing and what European Union also is contributing towards the just energy transition. And we definitely, as India, I would definitely like to highlight that today we are the 3rd biggest developers as country of renewable energy sources. And there is a clear demand mismatch between what the industry needs and and the number of people that needs to be deployed. So definitely your important perspective will surely help us as a country to move ahead in terms of just energy transition. So thank you so much, Dr. Kaufman. And dear all, I'm pleased to be today's moderator. I'm Arpit Sharma. I'm Chief Operating Officer, Skill Council for Green Jobs. I'll also have some details about myself, but maybe some later half of this session. So today, I would like to introduce our esteemed panelists. I will introduce them each in turn to share their comments with you. And then we'll have a question and answers round also, where a lot of perspective can be exchanged, and we can also ask questions from our panelists and our esteemed speakers. So I would like to welcome Swati D'Souza from International Energy Agency. Swati D'Souza is the India Lead Analyst and Coordinator, IEA. Welcome, Swati. Thank you. I would like to welcome Guiedre Viscantier, Associate Program Officer, IRENA Coalition for Action. Welcome, Guiedre, and I hope I have pronounced your name rightly. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for joining us. Then we have with us Aditi Jha, Director and Country Head, Legal and Government Affairs, LinkedIn. Welcome, Aditi ji. And now we have Kanchi Gupta from Climate Works Foundation. Welcome, Kanchi. So thank you so much for joining all of us on the panel. This is an all-women panel, and we'll have a clear perspective on how, what partnerships and initiatives, and I have a common question to all of you. What partnerships and initiatives are your organization undertaking to ensure workers have the skills to support the just energy transition, and that there is an equitable access to opportunities? So we can start with Swati.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. We've had very exhausting and busy 4 days. I promise you we are at the end, but it's going to be a good session. So thank you CEM-EPI for our continued collaboration with the International Energy Agency. So just to give a brief highlight on what we've been doing so far, what we intend to do in this arena, and to answer Arpit's question on what partnership and collaborations we're thinking of. Last year, in September 2022, the International Energy Agency came out with this report on the world energy employment. It was a landmark report for us because this is a new work area which our governments have mandated the International Energy Agency to work on. That report actually showed that even today, clean jobs are more than fossil fuel jobs. So that is a very good sign. Now, going beyond just quantifying jobs, so that was the first part of it. The second part of it is what kind of jobs are we talking about? What sectors are we talking about? Are we looking at and here there are differences between advanced economies and emerging and developing economies, just because of the nature of the labor market that Barbara spoke about when we're talking about labor trends. What we've noticed is there is a large amount of formalization that we've seen in the advanced economies, whereas India and a number of other emerging and developing economies have a large informal sector. Now, within this framework, then how do we understand skills? How do we quantify skills? If we look at the existing skill framework, and I know the Skills Council for Green Job has also released a report in May right now that looks at some of these new sectors. If we have to think about it from some of the new sectors, what exactly does it mean to be an engineer in solar energy? What are the skills required for it? Do they match the existing curriculum that is there? Do they match the existing training programs that is there? How many of these jobs are we going to be seeing in the next 2 decades, in the next 3 decades? India is a growing market. A lot of the emerging and developing economies are growing markets. So this can be seen as an opportunity in these markets. The second aspect to this is, how do we train workers when we don't have an idea of how many workers we are talking about? And here I'm talking about the informal market. There aren't enough estimates to understand what is the size of this informal market. There are estimations based on national labor surveys, but more often than not, we're not really sure how big this and large this informal market is. So that is the second level of analysis that the IEA has been working on. The third level of analysis is, now we have the data, we know the sectors, how do we account for socioeconomic characteristics? Inclusivity is one aspect of the socioeconomic characteristic, but so is education. So is looking at the place where infrastructure setup needs to be built. These are all aspects that we need to start integrating when we think of a larger skilling network. That's the third aspect. The fourth aspect is matching existing trainings, curriculum, qualification to some of the new emerging sectors and understanding how the two intersect with each other, how they integrate, what is needed to do, what do we need to do more in each of these aspects. So these are broadly the 4 different ways that we at the IEA are thinking of skills. In fact, our report that's coming out in this September, which is a continuation of the World Energy Employment Report from last year, actually delves deeper into a lot of these questions. Simultaneously with EPI, and this is answering the partnership question, with EPI what we are attempting to do is build on the report that was released at Pittsburgh in 2022 on skill and inclusivity, and build that to understand green taxonomies, understand what does it mean for to work in some of these new energy sectors, essentially answering the 4 questions that I laid out just 2 minutes ago. So that is on the partnership side globally. In India, we're actually also working with the Skill Council for Green Jobs. We are working with the National Skill Development Mission to understand within the Indian context, what are the number of jobs, how many jobs, how do we integrate these socioeconomic characteristics, and more importantly, how do we get the informal markets along with us? Because as long as informal markets are not, or informal labor force is not integrated, we're not going to see that kind of push that we need to see within the labor markets. I will stop here, happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Swati, for bringing in such an important perspective. In fact, just like Dr. Barbara mentioned about the STEM education, so science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, this can be STEM education in conjunction with the new education policy of India introduced in schools can have a lot of participation of women in the energy sector from very early ages. And we are really looking forward to the report that Irina is coming forward with in September, as you mentioned. So thank you so much. I would now like to move to our next panelist, Gaydre. Ms. Gaydre, what is your opinion about this? That what kind of partnerships has your organizations done, has undertaken to ensure that we have various skills which can support the workers towards the clean energy transition?
Hello, everyone, and thanks so much for inviting Irina to take part in this very important discussion. I would like just to note that during the last events, I was very glad to notice that a just transition came out quite often as a concept. So people really recognize that this human factor and social support is very important in the energy transition. So socioeconomic factors of the energy transition have always been very important in Irina's work. We have recently published our flagship publication, World Energy Transition Outlook, and it sets out 3 pillars to bring us to Paris agreements, namely policy and regulatory frameworks, physical infrastructure, and skills and capacity building. So it means that a skilled workforce is absolutely critical to drive the energy transition. Before sharing some initiatives that we are doing in this space, I would like to share key numbers of Irina's research. Our renewable energy and jobs report indicates that currently there are almost 13 million renewable energy jobs. But with right policies and ambitious investments, these numbers can reach 40 million by 2030, or 140 million if we include associated industries such as flexibility and energy efficiency. Of course, it's not only about the numbers. We need these jobs to be decent, with decent salaries, job security, safe working environments. And also diversity matters. Our survey indicates that currently women representation in renewable energy stands at 30%, which is better than conventional oil and gas sectors that are around 20%. However, there is still a long way to go, and this participation drops to translate the needs of all these diverse groups in decisions that affect all of us. of course, beyond gender, we need to focus on inclusion of other groups, as it has been mentioned, the youth, minorities, other marginalized groups, informal sector. So how do we achieve these numbers, decent jobs, and diverse workforce? It is important to take a holistic approach. We need to connect industrial policies with labor market measures and education and training programs. Breaking silos and bringing governments, educational institutions, labor representatives, private sector together is key to anticipate future needs, bridge the skill gaps, and ensure that education leads to job opportunities. So I would like to share a few initiatives that we at IRENA have trying to facilitate a platform for global dialogue on this stage. So we have a government-led collaborative framework on just and inclusive energy transitions. It's chaired by South Africa and the United States, and they recently convened to discuss green skills, education, and inclusion. I am part of the Coalition for Action Network. It is a platform for renewable energy stakeholders from private sector and nonprofit and educational institutions. One of our key focus and one of our work streams is on sustainable energy jobs. And over the last years, we engaged with employers and labor unions, and we plan to publish very soon a brief that will outline their perspectives on a just transition. And another very important aspect is young people. So we not only need to build their skills and knowledge and awareness, but it's also creating motivation and interest to work in the energy sector. So we have several initiatives. For example, our Energy Transition Educators Network has an initiative, Educate the Educators, which creates curriculum for teachers to teach about energy transition early on. We also have a student leadership program that provides training for students. And now we're also developing a mentoring and support program for young innovators to help them to scale up their initiatives. So I will stop here and very happy to continue the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So that's indeed good to hear about the training of trainers, training the trainers program that we call in India. And it would be really great to collaborate with such esteemed organizations as a country so that we can do the capacity building of our existing faculties. Because ultimately, at the end, we all realize, at least we as an organization have realized, if your trainers are good, then the entire value chain down, it gets good. And as far as some special initiatives that you have mentioned about bringing in people from the informal workforce to the formal workforce, one of the recently taken initiatives was, we need to be sometimes creative in terms of creating a project. For example, we created a project about, there are dependents of sanitation workers. So we upskilled their dependents in solar sector. So this is how they got highly benefited coming from those families and those backgrounds and marginalized communities. So they got trained in solar, and now today, each one of them is doing a job in solar installation. So yeah, thank you so much for bringing in your perspective. I would like to listen from now Aditi Jha, who is the Director and Country Head, Legal and Governmental Affairs, LinkedIn India. And LinkedIn, as we all know, is one of the most prominent employer and employee platforms of the world. So it would be very interesting to hear from Aditi now. Aditi ji, over to you.
Thank you, Arpit. Quick show of hands. How many of you don't have a LinkedIn profile? Okay. Ouch. And the reason I asked this is not because I want to do a shameless plugging of the product of my company, but basically to sort of demonstrate that LinkedIn is the world's largest professional platform. It is where employers, employees come together, not just to find the next job, but also to consume content, all of that. And by virtue of that, we actually have this unique, nuanced, real-time view of what's happening in the labor force generally, and what's happening in the green labor force particularly. To give you the idea of some of the size of the data set that we have 930 million plus members worldwide in 163 countries. 40,000 distinct skills are listed on LinkedIn, and we have more than 130,000 colleges of higher education on our platform. And the way these data sets and these data points interplay with each other, it gives us a real-time view of how talent is migrating, who is moving to which job, what skills are needed for those jobs, what are the skill gaps. Since last year, what LinkedIn has done is we've actually invested resources in coming out with what we call the Global Green Skills Report. The first edition was last year, and we've just come out with the second edition this year. I'm going to talk about what are the trends that we've seen in this year's report. In the last year, green talent that has at least one green skill listed on their profile, grew by 12%. What's surprising and even better is that jobs that require at least one green skill grew double, 22%. While all other sectors were hit by a slowdown last year, we actually saw numbers dipping, hiring, jobs, all of that dipping on our platform. The green economy is bucking that trend. What this means is that as we go into the future, workers who are engaged in the green sector are likely to have jobs that are economic shock proof, or at least resilient to economic shocks. And this is not just the trend for 1 year. We went back and looked at 5-year data, and it's the same trend. Green talent, 5%, jobs that need green talent, 9%. This is the average of 5 years. But that said, we also noticed that only 1 in 8 workers on LinkedIn have at least one green skill, which means 7 out of 8 workers do not have green skills. And that's like the opportunity area right now. The hiring rate for such workers who have listed one green skill on their profile on LinkedIn, the hiring rate for them is 29% more than LinkedIn members who don't have a green skill listed on their profile. The reason I wanted to set this context is to go into the next bit of my discussion here, which is there is a gap. There are jobs. Currently, there are green jobs, and this is only going to grow as companies and countries commit to more carbon reduction, etc. There's going to be more jobs, and we don't seem to have people with the right skills for it. So how do we bridge this gap? We can't wait for everyone to go through 4 years of university and then get on-the-job experience and then come and start doing these jobs. We need people with the right skills, if you ask me, as of yesterday. So the only way the only possible way is to adopt a skills-first approach. Traditionally, how we've done hiring is a plug-and-play model. You look for somebody who went to X school, has Y degree, has worked in a similar company for 10 years or 15 years, and then we hire them. That is not going to work for green, because there's nobody who has 20 years of experience in managing an EV fleet, right? So we have to break down for each green job, what are the capabilities that are required? Are there adjacent skills in adjacent industries? And then can we look at reskilling and upskilling some of that population to be ready to take on green jobs? Can we look at on-the-job training? Can we look at government and the industry coming together and working with educational institutions, tertiary educations, in updating some of their curriculum? I want to talk a little bit about three sectors, and I'm going to be brief on this. Just because sometimes these numbers are surprising to people who hear them. In the energy sector, in the oil and gas industry, which is considered to be very, very carbon intensive, there is 21% penetration of workers who have green skills. For context, the whole of economy has just 12% of workers with green skills. So even in a carbon-intensive industry like oil and gas, there's a good sizable population of workers who have adopted or learned or picked up green skills along the way. In the transport industry, it's quite obvious that there's been a massive growth in EV skills in the last couple of years. Last year, it was 62% global growth of employees who added at least one EV-related skill on our platform. But the total number is really small. The total share of employees in the auto industry with EV skills is still at 3.5% on LinkedIn. Some countries are doing really well, no surprises. Sweden, UK, Germany doing really well on those counts. Countries like Mexico and India are sort of picking up. Last year, over the last 5 years, in India, we've seen a growth of 140% of workers in the auto industry who've added one green skill at least. And the last industry I love talking about is the finance industry. And the reason I like talking about it is because to be able to build anything that we want, there's going to be capital outlay. There are going to be people making investment decisions. There are people going to be making ROI decisions. In the finance industry, unfortunately, we see that it's just 6% of employees who have one green skill listed. Compare that to the whole of economy, 13%. Compare that to oil and gas, which is considered to be carbon intensive, at 21%. In finance, we still have 6.8%. But it's not all gloom. What we've also seen is that the fastest growing green skills in developed economies such as the US and UK is carbon accounting, energy audits, etc. So it looks like even the finance industry is waking up to it. And the reason I talk about finance, along with oil and gas and transport, is to bring home the point that when we look at green skills and green jobs, we tend to think of just solar, hydrogen, the core green jobs. Our sense in LinkedIn is that all jobs of the future are going to be green. They're going to have green components to it. Finance, fashion, fleet management, facilities management, all of them are going to have this green component. And therefore, the big question here is that, are we getting the workforce ready for the jobs of the future?
Thank you so much, Aditi. That was clearly a very important perspective. In fact, we have an organization like LinkedIn, which can do a complete data analysis for the country, for the world, not just for the industry, but for the job seekers also. There's also a word of caution that eventually, because every job is going to turn towards green, so you'll have everyone on your platform who will have a green certificate. So in my opinion, whether this the candidate, he wants to get trained, or he has taken up a training in renewable energy, in solar, or in green hydrogen, that segregation would be very much important for the industry. It's going to be a huge respite for the industry that we have these people. So now, coming to our last and one wonderful panelist, we have Kachi.
Thanks a lot, Arpit. I really echo a lot of what has been said, and I think in some ways it's good that we're having this discussion today, because I think it's emerged very clearly that skilling is going to be. So I think there is a collective understanding of making these clean energy a lot. But firstly, I'll just touch upon how we think about funding trends and commitments and numbers, and what can we do there. I think this is becoming a priority for a lot of the foundation focusing on. And in the recent years in governments, and I'll name a couple of examples. I think one great initiative that we're all familiar with is GAP, the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, and that brings together philanthropies, multilateral and development finance institutions with the aim of unlocking $100 billion in public and private. It's a coalition of climate philanthropies that announced an investment of $500 million over 3 years to accelerate equitable energy transitions in low and middle income countries. This was at COP27. But I think most of you also spoke about creativity, and we've heard great examples, I think, economic opportunities across different constituents, gender being one of them. And I'll give an example of something that we're doing. We're working in Indonesia on a project that brings climate change. So what are the fishery, etc., about cross-sectoral approaches? So, we all heard about the 60 million direct and indirect jobs in EVs by 2030. So there's a huge need and opportunity for creating skilling avenues, and also in multiple other sectors. Of course, we need to continue to support organizations, institutions, initiatives that are helming workforce transitions, and I think our partnership with EPI is a great, impactful example of that. And we're also well positioned to enable cross-regional learnings and knowledge exchanges, particularly in the Global South, where there's a lot of shared experience among socioeconomic imperatives. I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Kanchi. Indeed phenomenal. We should also look at, creating through philanthropy, game changer for, and generally when we talk about trainings and skill development or capacity building, we tend to forget the rural part. They want to get into these, is a big challenge. So through philanthropy, I think some good institutions can be targeted and the capacity building in terms of labs, in terms of their faculties can happen. So panelists, to the audience, and I would, you're free to please ask any questions from all of us. Yeah, please.
So I'm Suhas from AP Chemi, and we work a lot with, when we develop projects to take plastic or take biomass and make biochar and oil out of it, before that we need to develop skills, and we work with a lot of academia, a lot of PhD students work on these kind of projects. So is there a platform to connect with universities or academia where private sector like us can work with them, develop opportunities where PhD students can get developed, get trained on little advanced skills that are required by these kind of industries, and then take it from there? Yeah.
So anyone would like to answer this question? Or as Skill Council for Green Job Standards and Research, includes IIMs, National Institute of Solar Energy, National Institute of Wind Energy. We have IIT Mandi, which is in Himachal Pradesh. Recent kind of courses they are running. In fact, LinkedIn, you have very little the solar proposal evaluation specialist, gamut of courses which are. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Sunil Sahu. I'm the CEO of Inoda's Tech Solution. But very, very less participation of female candidates, Hindra Tekho. So, because solar means, installation means, they see that it's a very tough challenge, installation and all, it's a boy's task. But interestingly, when we train, at least, they've been suggestions.
To say, IRENA data shows that women participation in solar, there are many options trying to accommodate these diverse needs of different populations, for example, specifically for women. So you're talking about retention. So there are some working arrangements. We also try to seek to understand their needs, how they feel in the workplace, that they are comfortable and it matches with their One Iberdrola initiative. So when we have these targeted interventions and tailored training, it kind of helps to break these barriers, and it means that in the future, especially show women as well.
Relevant. I would also like to add that industry, government, and as well as the industry has to come forward to ensure that the participation of women increases in the energy sector, where women are still in the rural areas, are not encouraged to work, and especially there is a thought process that it is definitely not true. So one of such initiatives that we have taken as an organization is, along with the National Solar Energy Federation of India, we have launched a WISE portal, which is called the Women in Solar Energy Portal. And this portal, such initiatives have to be taken, and industry, academia, as well as institutions, they have to come forward. And just like you mentioned in World Skills, which happened in Kyoto, Japan, in 2022, we had this participant, and she was a very, very thin girl from Orissa. And I could never believe that, she would be able to come so ahead of other male candidates. And I realized that she is not only better at simulations or softwares, but she is better than all the other male candidates in terms of doing the physical installation. So definitely, collectively, we have to take some initiatives and encourage and engage women. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Ma'am, my only question and suggestions to you is that I totally agree the way you were saying that, yes, the transition will come into each and every phase. To be honest, ma'am, from the panelists, I have not heard anything about your views. End of the day, what is our focus? Even here in G20, we've launched our solar fund, exclusive solar fund. The reason is we are taking that sector as a priority. Ma'am, I'll be very thankful if I can have all the panelists' views on what are your...
We can start with Swati.
Hello. Sir, I think you've raised a really pertinent point because a large part of a training program, how do you know who to train? How do you know what is the data that proves that you can get them into a training program examples actually and this has happened both in the auto sector in India. So has been an effort to get a sense of the worker population and to get a sense of the contracts. And here, if you're actually working with the...
Welcome.
So, because that in itself, without actually comes within the formal labor force. And that then helps LinkedIn have these green certificates, because LinkedIn has a lot of certification programs, which then help. But first, I think on the MSME side, before even we think about what kind of training programs, we need to understand what are the skills, going down the manufacturing, what are the skilling requirements. Enough has been done on MSMEs. So I would first do this mapping before I think about what could be a training program that adequately suits this labor force. Thank you.
Thanks. So as Swati said, small and medium enterprises deliver a huge economic value to our societies. At Coalition for Action, Sustainable Energy Jobs Group, we intentionally try to engage with employers of different size to get their perspectives. So it's interesting to note the perspectives for small and medium enterprises were very much how they need training, opportunities, and job security. That it's easier to compete with other companies that might be cutting corners. And then just to add about the informal sector, so I think it's very important that critical materials are going to increase 5 times the demands of renewable.
So we can have your view?
Swati, beyond that, I think a large part of our workforce is also engaged in the MSME sector. A lot of the data that I spoke to is LinkedIn data, which is what we put on LinkedIn. So, it does have limitations of how well the MSME sector is represented. But absolutely agree that I think the first point is ensuring they engaged in. And there's a lot. And then what about the accessories and but there is also a lot of opportunity. Unfortunately, I don't have great data that speaks to the sector, but let's talk of changing.
And I can only say one thing, that while there is a lot of, allow me another minute, sir. I can only say one thing, that we always say we do not have an MS, and we can work around. I think this is a perfect platform. If any support is required, we'll ensure that is given. A DI is meant that we can give you all these informations. It's how we approach them or how we know. So I will request panelists, ma'am, that if you are here and the ministry wants to engage, what support you want as a business forum, because we are the part of ease of doing business, we will ensure that is brought to you.
Thank you.
Okay, so
I can just add, thank you so much for bringing that up. I think there's a recognition amongst foundations for sure that MSMEs are the engines of growth. And we do have some initiatives that are at the intersections of the stakeholders.
So from my point of view, as we all know that there is an industries training vertical, own vertical, and various other organizations. So MSMEs can play a very, very important role in terms of capacity building of people, of technicians, and a huge amount of support, a huge level of support. MSME as an industry comes forward, leading a... Anyone else, please?
Stree Shakti Fisherwomen Private Limited, which is a special purpose vehicle for Stree Shakti Fisherwomen Multi-Purpose Cooperative Society. It's a society with 50,000 fisherwomen as a members, and this society has proposed, okay, we have funding from SBI CAPS, Mumbai. So we have designed this project throughout the country, farmers across the country, who will be the salary of this program. We need 14 million people to run this 315 gigawatt solar power plants across the country in the next 10 years. How can you help us in this matter?
So is this question specifically to any of the participants?
No. I have come here for some other thing.
Concluded your sentence that how can you help everyone of
because we
us,
don't know. We don't know.
We can help in a different way.
Yeah, how to get this much of human capital.
Yeah, as far as human capital is concerned, I had my personal visits there, and I saw. See, the local manpower would never like to migrate in a country. Okay, so the most important factor is that you train these individuals at the local level, give them the technical training, and do the capacity building and get them employment. So a local.
Because this project is basically.
But
okay,
such kind of
we have people, but how to get them trained? That is our big issue.
So definitely I would like to share operational maintenance to entrepreneurship. Government of India successfully running in various parts of development missions as well. The only challenge place to another place.
Okay, how to get the database on these training institutions and all?
We will be happy to share it with you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. From my own perspective, we do have the issue of, we are talking about requirements for attaining clean energy like Nigeria. It will go is requiring these people, but skills mismatch. What the institutions and universities are churning out are not employed for net zero 2060. And if a calculated attempt is not made at matching, think has on that kind of needs assessment, skill set needs assessment. And if you have, I would like to share. I would like you to share it with me. Thank you.
Actually, this is something that I spoke right at the. So last year when we brought out the jobs report with the numbers, what we understood was there was a mismatch that was already happening. In the existing sectors, the skill availability and the mapping in the existing sectors, and how this could transition to the new sectors and an from the skill framework in Singapore or in any other country. Demographically, we see country to another. Therefore, there needs to be an alignment when we think of skills. So the need assessment point that you're covering, that's what we've identified. And we've done this mapping. The report's actually going to be reviewed now. Very happy to get your card and put you on the review list. So the report's going to be reviewed where we've done this mapping and do this in-depth skill assessment.
Renewable energy sector, and they identified that there is this preconception that the highly specialized skill set is required. And it's interesting to note that our assessment shows that, in fact, there
in the African continent. And I am happy to tell you that Skill Council for Green Jobs did a program for ISA member countries. And this program was delivered in installations on the ground or on the rooftop. But we also customized a training program for the solar water pumping systems. And we had the examination. So we are doing something good for African countries and ISA member countries. And we would be extremely happy to share what we have designed for them. So happy in MOU with one of the organizations of Togo. And we intend to develop a training program specifically for Togo on the installation needs. Thank you.
Good afternoon all. My name is Harish. I have questions. So if you look, for example, event going to happen. If you look at an industry, vertically, maybe there is one small team working on an EV. So it's not even a cross-functional team. It's just maybe in this. Any OEM, for that matter, are going to do their green transition. A good parallel, I would like younger generations. Now, if you take me, I'm from the millennial generation, and down next is the Gen Z. Their expectations are quite different. They would want something that's lucrative, also meaningful at the same time. How are you going to attract them? Organizations will do their own thing, but as influencers, it's all up. I would believe it's up to you to, bridge that gap and be the catalyst. What part would you play? Thank you.
Thanks. That's a great question. So, workers from say 20 years ago, about 87% will work for a company that espouses or cares about the same causes and commitments as they do. I don't have the numbers offhand, but I think a large part of learn from this, and what we did from this is that on LinkedIn, committed to. There's work-life balance, diversity, inclusion, and belonging, and they're looking for, okay, what are the things that this company cares about. When they're doing those searches and they're using filters, environment and sustainability is right on top. Even a work in jobs and in companies that care about environment and sustainability. So I think they'll be the first one to tell you that we haven't done a great job, and hopefully they'll do a better job of it.
Thank you so much, Aditi. And probably this was the last question of the day for this session. And I can also see the panelists of the next session have become the audience of this session already. So before they get angry, I think it's time to close this panel. It was a phenomenal session, and on all officials and personal levels, I would like to, of this nation and other countries. Thank you.